For the members of the public who have joined us tonight, I'll just let you know that we're waiting for a couple of councillors to come on board on the Zoom, and then we'll commence the meeting. I'll just wait for notification from council officers that everyone's been able to get in.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it appears all councillors are now in attendance.
Thanks very much for that, Catherine. I'll declare the meeting open. I'm Darcy Byrne. I'm the Mayor of the Inner West. Welcome to the first meeting of the newly elected Inner West Council. I'll begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and paying my respects to their elders, both past and present, and the acknowledgement of country and our commitment to reconciliation and a respectful relationship with Aboriginal people will be a central and primary component of tonight's meeting, and we'll come to that momentarily. Can I ask if there are ask the officers if there are any apologies this evening? I assume that's a no if all councillors are in attendance, but I'll just ask for confirmation of that.
I don't have any apologies, Mr. Mayor. Catherine?
Okay.
Neither do I.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillors, disclosures of interest. Are there any disclosures of interest tonight?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Hi. I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary conflict of interest on item number 5, ending period poverty in the Inner West. My partner is a long-term hirer of one of the halls that are identified for the trial, and I will remain and participate in this item because the conflict will not influence me carrying out my public duty.
Thanks very much for that. Are there any further disclosures?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Drury.
I wish to disclose a significant interest in relation to item 4, the extension of flood controls under the New South Wales flood-prone land package. My house is unfortunately in a 1 in 100 flood zone, which will be affected by this, so I will excuse myself from that item.
Thank you for that. Are there any further disclosures of interest?
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Howard.
I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 5, ending period poverty in the Inner West. My principal place of residence is adjacent to one of the proposed trial sites, but that's the only other conflict. That's the only other conflict, so I'll remain and participate in the item. And I also declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary conflict of interest in items 6 and 10. I work in the office of the state member who has a representative from the local traffic committee. That vote is exercised by a representative, so I will remain in the meeting and vote.
Thank you very much for that. Any further disclosures tonight, councillors?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Atkins.
Just to be certain, because I'm not sure whether it really is or not, I'd like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in item 20, community festivals. In the past, I've been a participant and vaguely involved in the organisation of St Anne Moray. Not sufficient for me to absent myself from the item. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further declarations? Will somebody move the acceptance of the declarations from Councillor D'Arienzo, Councillor Drury, Councillor Howard and Councillor Atkins?
I will, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. That is moved and seconded. I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. That is carried unanimously, I believe. Is there any councillor who wishes to dissent from that? Very good, that is carried. I'll ask everyone to please join me in a moment of quiet contemplation. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on to the confirmation of minutes of the meeting of the 23rd of November 2021 and the meeting of the 29th of December 2021, which was the mayoral election. Would any councillor like to move the adoption of those?
Move that way, Mayor.
Councillor Drury will move the adoption of the minutes. Is there a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor De Cruz. Does anyone have any clarifications or corrections? If not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to the public forum where we can hear from the citizens who have registered to speak tonight. Before we go into the public forum, I'll ask the council officers just to read out for the benefit of the entire meeting all of the items on which there are registered speakers and who those registered speakers are.
Mr. Mayor, we have speakers for item 1, Mayoral Minute, ULURU statement. Item 2, Mayoral Minute, Demerger survey. Item 7, Local Government New South Wales Special Conference. Item 13, Notice of Motion, Demerger of Inner West Council. Item 16, Notice of Motion, Customer Service Review. Item 22, Notice of Motion, Local Environmental Plan. And item 23, the request for tender on the Greenway.
Thank you very much for that. The first registered speaker is Pat Anderson, AO, speaking to the Mayoral Minute on the ULURU statement from the heart. And I seek leave of councillors to allow Pat to be able to speak at a little bit more length than our code of meeting practice allows. She's joining us tonight to speak to us about the importance of the statement and how the dialogue was undertaken, which led to that historic statement from the Aboriginal community. She's indicated to me that she would like to take a little bit more than the 3 minutes to make sure that we're all aware of what is obviously a very important issue, and she would really like to be able to answer any questions that councillors have in regards to the statement from the heart. I'd indicated to her prior to the meeting that I thought that there would be unanimous support for that. Does anyone have any objection? Excellent. Well, I'll introduce Pat Anderson, AO, who is an Australian human rights advocate and health administrator, and Alaware woman from the Northern Territory. She is well known internationally as a social justice advocate, advocating for improved health and education and protection outcomes for Indigenous Australian children. And she played a central role in the development of the ULURU Statement of the Heart. She was the co-chair, Statement from the Heart. She was the co-chair of the Referendum Council, which consulted with hundreds of Indigenous people to deliver that historic statement. Pat, thanks very much for joining us tonight. Pat, we just can't hear you as yet.
There you go. I'm on now.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you all for inviting me tonight, and hopefully we can get through all of this in 10 minutes as I promised. I too need to pay my respects to the traditional custodians and the lands on which we meet tonight, and pay my respects to the elders past, present, and those who may be emerging. I'd like to also take the opportunity to acknowledge Cherie Tucker for her amazing campaign for the New South Wales Premier to now fly the national Aboriginal flag on Sydney Harbour Bridge. That's a huge achievement. I know she's worked very hard and quite long in that campaign, and was just announced the other day. So that's another achievement for this particular council as well, who've supported her. I'd also like to acknowledge all of you, the council, for your continuing support of the work. And now we're going in, with the ULURU statement, which I know you supported in, I think, 2018. You also supported us with this amazing program, provided some money for the to be translated into 12 different languages. That was a huge achievement. But just to let you know that I want to refer you to our website. There's a whole lot of information there. There's a whole lot of webinars which walk through voice, treaty, truth. Amazing speakers who will walk you through all of that detail, because it's going to be that for this campaign, it's really important that as many Australians as possible understand some of the issues. There's going to be a lot of misinformation.
Just lost you there momentarily, Pat. Can I just ask the council officers if we've still got Pat on the call?
I can see her on the participant list, Catherine.
I can still see her in the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Can now, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll just go on and just signal again if something happens, because I'm getting a message. It's off the screen now that my internet is unstable. I'm not sure what that means.
We can hear you loud and clear now.
Hey?
We can hear you clearly now.
Good, good. Yes, we have the web page, and I would refer you to. There's a lot of, as I said, a lot of information there. But there's also the statement has been translated into 21 First Nations languages and 61 other languages spoken in Australia today. So it's very moving. When I first came up, I pressed to listen to the statement in Arabic, and it was like a wonderful poem. So there's a lot of information. I refer you to that site. The webinar that I talked about voice, treaty, and truth, and that's a really good place to start, because it's really need for you to understand that the sequence is important. You can't cherry pick and say, well, let's do truth telling first. Or a lot of people say, no, we don't have anything to do with the statement. We want to go straight to treaty. The reason why the sequence is important is that if we have the voice first enshrined in the Constitution, we will be in charge of that whole process, not the government of the day or the agency, as it's called now, the department going around and picking people from around the country, because we don't have any space, a spatial location where to meet and discuss and what have you. So the voice is really important that we have that first, because from the voice, they will manage and monitor and control, meaning the process and what have you and how it happens, because we will decide who will speak for us. We will decide who will be the voice, each at the regional and local levels. We don't want the government or the agency involved in that process at all. So we need to choose who will speak for us from our smallest community right up to the organisations and what have you. So it's really important that we have the voice. So we will then have a place where we can have the discussion or how to proceed here. And the treaty and the truth telling rather, they go together because they complement each other. So that's really important to keep that in mind. A lot of Aboriginal people are saying let's have treaty first. Well, how will this be negotiated? What is the process we're going to use? Who will make all the decisions about how that happens? So that's why the voice is important. Some people are saying, and a lot of non-Aboriginal people as well are saying, oh, well, let's just have the truth telling. Well, that seems to us to be a sort of softer option that we can all, and that we again have to go through the trauma of telling our stories over and over and over again. Up until now, it really hasn't made a lot of difference. So that's why the sequence is important. Now, the process that we have at the moment, what we're asking for is an enshrined voice in the Constitution. It will have the protection of the Constitution. Some of you, like me, will remember the agencies and the organisations rather that we've set up in the past have been signed away in an afternoon by a particular minister. They even did that to ATSIC, big, powerful ATSIC. It was signed away in an afternoon. ATSIC had its problems. There's no doubt about that. They were undertaking a review. In fact, the review was finished. They were just, signing off on it. And the minister of the day, they didn't even receive that report. They just did away with it. All the other organisations in my lifetime have all just disappeared off, like I say, on the stroke of the pen. So that's all in our living memory. So all the delegates at ULURU and throughout the regional dialogues were very clear on that. We don't want to let them do that and keep doing that to us. We have to have some power here. And a lot of the older folks said, we need to get them to listen to us, to hear us, to respect us, to acknowledge us. We have to use their big law. And the big law was the Constitution, because we've got nowhere else to go. We've set up our own organisations. We've been activists since the first ships ever came here. Any gains and achievements that we've gained over the years has been through our own activism and supporters in 67. I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that in a minute. So it's really important that the voice be enshrined in the Constitution. Now, it'll be a short paragraph, like an enabling clause, if you like, to say this is what we're going to do. And then all the detail, how it will work and what's going to happen, will be done by legislation. And that will be done between the Parliament of the day and us, as we see the process. So, and of course it can be changed so it must be changed because maybe what we're saying isn't going to work. So we have to have the legislation so we can change it. But the fact that we're going to have the enshrined voice gives us the power to be able to be equal partners in any negotiating table for whatever. And that has never happened before. So the sequence is important, and also the reasons why people went for an enshrined voice in the Constitution, because that's where we needed to be. And so we will have power and be able to talk to the government as equals. And our sovereignty would be it would be a discussion between two sovereign nations. We have many, but so it's a nations talking to nation. So that's an important point as well. But controversial because the use of that word for some people, but we never ceded sovereignty. We never invited people to come. We never said it was okay for you to come, and nor were we asked. So that's part of this unfinished business that I think holds the nation back from being properly reconciled. And I think a lot of Australians maybe even feel uncomfortable on this land. So accepting the ULURU statement and getting it enshrined in the Constitution will change the whole narrative. And it will give us the opportunity, Australia, to decide what kind of a country it is, what are our values, what do we stand for. So there's a real opportunity here to redress all the wrongs and reimagine. It's really, really important to reimagine what we could and should be. The statement was done on purpose as a gift to the Australian people. There was no, governments come and go, and we have no power there with them, but the Australian people, we asked them in 1967 to help us. You heard us and you did. And now 50 years more later, we're asking you again. You have the power. The Constitution and what happens in it is you have the power, not the government of the day, you. And that's why people were really clear that we weren't going to gift it, like all the bark paintings and all the gestures we've made in the past. Nothing has happened. So we said, no, we're not giving it to the Prime Minister. We're not giving it to the Parliament. We're giving it to you. We're giving it to the Australian people. And it was quite touching, the faith that a lot of the older folk who were at the regional dialogues had. They believed that Australians were basically and fundamentally decent people, and they would hear us again. We heard that all over the country. So that was why it was a gift to the Australian people, because there was this trust that you would hear us. In any case, all of the bark paintings and all the wonderful stories around what happened, and politicians said this and they said that and what have you. When we came out of the bush, after months being out there, we went into Parliament House, which was like such a shock, because there were all of these, all the petitions and what have you, imprisoned behind glass, just stuck there behind glass, doing nothing, but so people could come in and say, oh, you know, that's nice, or whatever. So we were determined that painting, the ULURU painting from the heart and the statement, will not go to any Parliament House so long as any of us are alive. It will actually return to Waratah. It was the women there that painted the essence and the spirit of the land into the statement and the painting that we have. So the intention is that we to return to the people at Waratah. Now, this advocacy of ours has been around for, as I said, for a very, very long time. The Torres Strait Island people saw the ships coming up the coast and, you know, informed each other there were strangers coming. So there were lots of people. There were lots of people in the land. People saw all the ships immediately. They came close to land. William Cooper, very famous, amazing man in Victoria, he said in the 1930s that there needs to be a voice to Parliament. Nothing that was said today, or nothing in the ULURU statement from the heart, hasn't been said before. All of those things, have someone said it somewhere over all these many years, well, not only just years, generation after generation after generation of advocacy. Like I say, any gains have been through activism. There's lots of passive verbs around blackfellas, lost, given, and so on and so forth. You know, so somehow or other that people say, oh, they lost, you know, we lost our language, as if we dropped it like a used tissue somewhere and couldn't pick it up. So lots of passive language around us as well, if you take note of that from time to time. So we've got a lot of work to do to reimagine so we can be the best that we can be. Now, Canada, I'm reducing this story considerably, but Canada looked at its constitution and had a 2-year national conversation. People talked about how they were going to change the constitution. And in the end, the Canadians decided, you know what? This doesn't fit us anymore. We are not the same people that we did when we first dropped the con. So let's have a new one. And they did. And, you know, Canada didn't slide off to the ocean. It's still there. In fact, the ask in the ULURU statement from the heart is very modest. It's conservative even. Australia was one of the few liberal democracies in the world that doesn't have any kind of settlement, any kind of arrangement, whatever the word you might want to use, with its First Peoples. So I think it's really, you know, the statement is a gift of hope. It's a gift of kindness. It's a gift asking you to respect, acknowledge, and see us. And also it does ask you, in fact, to walk with us. Over this long history of advocacy, every generation's had a go at trying to changing or calling for something or other, so as we can receive justice in our own lands. So it's our turn. It's this generation's turn. So, and we've got a good shot here, despite all the Trumpism. I just made that word up, and the sort of rampant conservatism. There is a shift. There is a shift in the country, and despite everything that's happening with COVID and all sorts of things, sometimes I think, you know, it's going to rain frogs tomorrow. What else can happen, you know? But when you think that it does happen. So I might leave it there, urging you to inform yourselves. Look on our webpage. There's lots of things that you can do. You guys are used to that. We just old-fashioned activism. Write to your local member. Tell them that you support the statement and maybe why. They don't like, we know they don't, I'm not suggesting we haven't put out form letters for people to sign. We know that they don't count those. So just a couple of sentences to your minister, to the Prime Minister, to your party, and that you support, because more and more people, that's how we're going to win this. It's going to be you. It's going to be the people of Australia. There's no other way we win this. So we have to get that, 70% of the population. So it's our turn, and I reckon we should give it a run at this. And so anyhow, that's it for me. I'm happy. I don't have time for. I wasn't watching the time, Darcy.
You're right on track, Pat. Thank you so much for sharing that history and that important explanation of the momentous question that the Australian people will hopefully have before them soon. And thank you for your collaboration. It's been
Thanks, Darcy. Thank you all.
And could I just ask, councillors, does any of the elected representatives have any questions for Pat before we move on to the rest of the speakers? Yes, Councillor Langford. Can't quite hear you yet, Councillor. Still can't hear you, unfortunately. We'll come back to Councillor Langford. Is there any other councillor who wishes to ask a question of Ms. Anderson? No, I'm sorry, Councillor Langford, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. I just wanted to say to Ms. Anderson, thank you so much for explaining and providing, or just giving time to explain ULURU statement from the heart. It's something that I know councillors, the Greens councillors strongly support. And I'm just really interested in what else. I know you mentioned writing to state MPs, but any other suggestions of ways that we can incorporate the statement into council business?
Pat? Sorry, Pat, can't hear you.
You just went off, councillor. Couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. I'm just repeating my question. Can you hear me, Pat?
Now I can.
Great. Yeah, just any other suggestions for council as to how we can incorporate the statement into council business? Like any other suggestions?
I think what's inform yourselves and talk to other people around you. I think, speak to your local politicians, speak to people that are influential in the Labor Party, for instance. You guys know how to do, it's proper old-fashioned activism. And, any networks that you have, it's really important for the general public to understand what's happening. And we've just realised that, well, we're going to do a kit on basic civics, because a lot of Australians are a little bit mixed up about how they've forgotten their grade 5 civics. So we're going to sort of do some work on that. But it's really, because there's going to be so much misinformation. I really worry about that. Even the journalists, interchangeably, as if they're one and the same, talk about voice to parliament and voice to government. And in a couple of sentences, they've used them interchangeably. And as you all know, they're two absolutely, totally different things. That's what we have now, have voice. That's the point. We've been talking to governments for generations after generation. We do that every day. That's how our organisations can survive. When there's a change of Prime Minister or a change of government, or there's a change of minister, or there's a change of head of department, we all have to use our service delivery money to troop to Canberra to justify our existence and just to tell the local, the bureaucrat why they need to fund our organisation. We're sick of that. And then every time there's a change, we have to go back to ground zero again and do it all over and over. In my lifetime, I've lost count of the times I've done. We're sick of it. We have to fix this business between us. We can't keep justifying to every generation who we are and why we are. And, you know, it's just, no, I don't think any other country in the world does this quite like we do. So any trick that you have, all the influence that you have, please, and please, if you're not sure of anything, send us an email, all our addresses, there's plenty of contacts on the webpage. I'd urge you to have. It's just old-fashioned stuff that you all know really well how to do.
Thanks very much, Pat. Any further questions from councillors? If not,
yeah,
I'll thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor De Cruz.
Pat, could you say a bit about the Waratah Commission?
Could I say something about the Waratah Commission? Is that the question? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done there. But from the dialogues and what people told us, they wanted to start from the ground level up, that it would all be local. Like every little town would have a, get together and have a discussion and what have you. And there might be a national commission over, we haven't sorted out the details for that, but certainly the idea is for local people, local families to just get together and talk about the stories from their country that they both share now and what happened there, and not be afraid to talk through that, because, we don't have a monopoly on pain. Lots of things happened in those communities out there. So it would start locally. There would have to be some kind of, I hate to use the word, governing body that would set, some guidelines and principles on how to run the discussion and what have you. There's a lot of work to be done there, but certainly people did not want a great big national body going, well, we're going to go to Dubbo today and we're going to talk to them about, they're going to tell us their truth. It was not what people envisaged.
Thanks very much for that, Pat. Are there any further questions from councillors? If not, I'll thank you on behalf of the Inner West Council, Pat, for your participation tonight. And you have our collective commitment that we'll be working in support of your efforts throughout this campaign, and we look forward to that collaboration and to winning in the end.
Thank you, Darcy, really, and thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thanks very much, Pat.
My pleasure.
We'll move on, and thanks very much, councillors, for your patience in that unusual procedure, but I think you'll all agree that that was an important thing for us to do whilst considering the statement from the heart. I'll move on to the second speaker this evening, who is Mr. Brian Halstead of Spit Junction in regards to the Demerger Survey Mayoral Minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right. I'm Brian Halstead, a qualified accountant and a member of a council audit committee for many years. I've been contributing in this amalgamation, de-amalgamation space for over 8 years. I campaigned against amalgamation as all the evidence I saw said that the financial benefits claimed would not be achieved. The results from across the state that I've published confirmed this fact. And as well, communities have felt a loss of representation and a loss of connection with their council and its operation. With your community voting so strongly to demerge, the council now has a chance of building a first-class demerger proposal. The proposal can build on the new systems and processes developed over the last 4 years with shared systems, and build on the proposals from across the state, including the proposal from Tumbarumba, which was supported by the Boundaries Commission. The community must be involved in this process and protection built in for the staff. The Morrison Lowe report went back to 2014-15 and built up from there. So that report is not a suitable starting point. I encourage the council to come together on items 2 and 13 for a single motion that shows the way forward. The brief for the demerger proposal must be discussed by the community and presented to the council before work is commissioned to prepare it. This is an exciting time for the Council to respect the wishes of its community and prepare a first-class proposal that the Minister cannot reject. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Halstead. Our next speaker is Graham Ingram of Bombala in regards to item 7, Local Government New South Wales Special Conference.
Thank you for the opportunity, councillors and Mr. Mayor, to address you this evening. My name is Grantley Ingram, and I'm the Demerger New South Wales Alliance, DNA, the coordinator. DNA seek to give those communities that were forcibly merged in 2016 a voice. We are a collective of individuals and groups from right across the state. We seek to restore a voice so those communities can have a say in the future of their local councils. I apologise for the halo effect with a light behind me. I've been working on that all afternoon just to get the right effect, but we'll go on. Now, I speak to you this evening from the far southeast of the state, some 10 kilometres from the Victorian border, in Ngunnawal country, in the merged council of Snowy Monaro Regional Council. I propose, councillors, that amendment is made to your item number 7 this evening regarding the LG New South Wales Conference. And I base my proposal on the landmark result of the recent Inner West Council demerger poll. Your courage in asking your community what they want for their local council is commendable. Indeed, such leadership shown by Inner West deserves to be the subject of debate at the peak body of local government in this state, LG New South Wales. Now, my amendment would request that that LG New South Wales Conference consider a motion to call on the Minister to hold demerger polls in every merged council in the state, following the lead given and shown by Inner West. The Minister should also note the demerger processes taken by the Cootamundra-Gundagai Regional Council and Snowy Valleys Council that Brian alluded to earlier. I note, councillors, that this motion to present to the LG New South Wales Conference to call on the Minister for demerger polls is also being considered by my council, Snowy Monaro Regional Council, and also Snowy Valleys Council. It's unfortunate that the timing of the business paper for the conference is so short, so constricted. And in closing, I note your history-making motion tonight regarding your response to your demerger poll. The Demerger Alliance has been following your progress on this matter closely, and you will have received some correspondence from me on that front. Please ensure that your community and your staff, councillors, are involved and protected by your business case. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ingram. I'm sorry for getting your first name wrong. Thank you for your time tonight. The next item for which we have registered speakers is item 13. We have 2 speakers to that. Mr. Halstead has already spoken in substance to the issue of demerger. So the 2 speakers for item 13 are Pip Hinman. The first speaker on item 13 is Pip Hinman of Newtown. Pip. You there, Pip?
Yes, I am. Thanks, councillors. I acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from Gadigal land that was never ceded, and pay my respects to elders. Look, I've been lucky enough to live in Newtown for nearly 3 decades. And I'm speaking in support of the way item 13 sets out the principles of how the Inner West Council should pursue the demerger with a Liberal government that doesn't want to listen to councils, especially where it's not in charge, and certainly doesn't want to listen to residents. As you know, a significant majority voted to demerge the 3 councils. The progressive swing at the elections, coupled with almost 2/3 in over 95% of the polling booths voting to demerge, means that the Inner West Council now has a strong community network to make this work well. But to get there, Council has to work with residents and local government experts. As we know, the Minister has her God powers and previous ministers have not been afraid to use them. As in the case of the Gundagai Cootamundra councils, the Boundary Commission's recommendation was ignored. This is a new minister, but she may try to do the same with ours, unless Council agrees to an approach in which it becomes politically impossible for the Liberal National Party government to ignore us. Don't forget, they have dissenting voices within the coalition government on this very issue. On the latter, there are local government experts, including Professor Joseph Drew, prepared to lend a hand. And as you know, the poll results affirm that we have an energised community that wants to be involved in reimagining how our communities ensure that local is put back into local government by boosting frontline jobs, sharing council-run services and driving a progressive agenda. I note the Mayoral Minute, and I also note that New South Wales Labor has reaffirmed its pro-demerger position. Now, Labor councillors could decide everything, you have the numbers, but residents would prefer you adopt a collegiate approach. Communities across New South Wales are looking to the Inner West Council, as Grantley has just said, as the first test case in the demerger process. Best practice would mean outlining the specifications for a yes business case after consulting broadly, ensuring it's delivered to the Minister for Local Government by the end of the year, and to thwart any attempt to impose an administrator and have all three councils re-established by the start of the next term. Thank you, councillors, very much for listening to me.
Thanks very much, Pip. Our second speaker on this item is Markella Panagidis of Newtown.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. So my name is Markella Panagidis. I'm a resident of Newtown. Tonight, I'm reading a statement that is prepared by Mandy King, who unfortunately can't be with us tonight. Mandy is a filmmaker who's lived in the Inner West for 13 years. Just want to start first by acknowledging that I'm on Gadigal Wungal country and give my respects to elders past, present and emerging. This is Mandy's statement. I'm speaking because the merger has detrimentally affected Inner West communities. The sense of local community has diminished. The corporatisation of local government appears to be in full swing. The state government states that demerging needs to happen for generally business reasons. That should not be difficult to prove, as of the 3 local councils merged, 2 were in the black and only 1 was in the red. The amalgamated council is in a far worse state, financially at a deficit. Council's drastic financial circumstances were reported last year, which spreads uncertainty within and among the staff as well. For example, while we were consulted about projects such as stage 2 of the upgrade to Henson Park as an outdoor community environment, it now appears to have dropped off the agenda. Is this because of the deficit? Selling off council depots is not the solution either. If sold, what rent will ratepayers then be expected to cover? The New South Wales government's policy of forcibly amalgamating councils always assumed that councils would outsource and privatise community assets. This was wrong and remains so. Another problem is that there is less scrutiny of large developments. Why is it that a major development on the corner of Addison and Illawarra roads over the period of COVID-19 has mysteriously been allowed to shoot up an extra 2 stories? Communities are witness to their local environment changing for the worse, with very little say in it. The demerger process doesn't need to be rushed. It can and should be done in a well thought through and thorough. The community does care about the jobs of staff. We are a big population with diverse needs, better suited, smaller, more representative government. The crucial role of precinct committees and volunteer organisations that feed into that model also need to be re-established. Since the merger, 36 councillor positions have dropped to 15. How can they possibly manage it in a way that serves the community well? Spreading councillors so thinly begs the question, are they being set up to fail? The amalgamation was forced through by a Conservative state government that wanted more control over planning decisions. We need smaller local government to ensure the democratic...
Your time's expired.
Sorry.
Ask you to conclude your remarks.
Yes, I'm just finishing off now. So Mandy's last statement is, we need smaller local government to ensure the democratic input of local communities on matters that directly impact them. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Halstead, was I correct in interpreting that you didn't wish to speak a second time to the same issue?
Not really. I think it's important. I just hope I can stop somebody else speaking because I would have spoken on either. But I just support...
You'd like to speak a second time?
Yes, for just a short time. Yeah.
Just before you do, can I ask the minute takers just to bear with me because of the council officers to assist me? I can't see the clock on the screen. It's probably because I've configured my Zoom incorrectly. I'd only just gotten used to the Microsoft Teams that we're operating on in other meetings. So rather than trying to solve that technical problem right now, could I please ask that the Manager of Governance intervene to let the meeting know when a speaker's time has concluded?
No worries.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Halstead.
I just want to continue to say how important it is that the process be put together and comes back to the council before the work is commissioned to prepare it. This doesn't have to be rushed. It can be done over the next period between now and the end of the year. And I think it's important to get this right, not to just get the proposal done. So there are opportunities to save money for sharing systems. You're not starting from nowhere. And I think this is important both for the Inner West and of course for other councils across the state who are looking to demerge, having been led by yourselves. So let's get this right. And if anything that I can do or others can do to help, please ask us because we want this process to work well.
Thanks very much, Mr. Halstead. I've now configured myself correctly so I can see the clock, so I'll rescind that request to the officers previously. The next item for which there is a registered speaker is item 10, Notice of Motion Customer Service Review, and the speaker is Liz Loxley of Dulwich Hill. Liz, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, fabulous. I'm also going to speak about item 22. I'll deal with the two things together because I see them as related.
No problem.
I'm Liz Loxley. I've lived in Dulwich Hill for 15 years and I'm the president of Save Dully. I'm speaking on Cadigal Wongal land and I acknowledge traditional custodians and elders, and particularly the moving words that Pat Anderson spoke of earlier. Save Dully is an incorporated association governed by an elected committee. We're an apolitical grassroots residents association fighting for appropriate local planning that suits the unique needs of our suburb, Dulwich Hill. We support the Deputy Mayor's motions, number 16 for customer service and number 22 for a local environment plan. We want genuine public engagement with local people about the future of our suburb. We want council to take a place-based approach and nominate a single point of contact for matters relating to Dulwich Hill. On the matter of the LEP, and this does relate to customer service and customer engagement, so that's why I'm addressing them both together. If released, the place-based and heritage policies that are referred to in item 22 should be advisory only, not a policy position of council, because we want a proper bottom-up engagement on the comprehensive LEP. So far, the council hasn't really engaged with the community in any meaningful way to talk about what we love about our suburb and our aspirations for any changes or development in Dulwich Hill. We want in-person consultation, such as walking tours and stalls, not just online consultation. People need to be able to see maps and pictures and plans, not just comment on a very dry document such as the LEP or certain strategic plans that are quite hard really to grasp. We need a place-based approach, a genuine place-based approach that brings together all of council services and responds in the way that local people see the challenges, not just a way around the council's bureaucracy is organised with, for example, potholes dealt with by one team and strategic planning matters another, and you end up having to talk to multiple people. We want to be informed about the timeline for the release of these studies and to understand any deadlines or completion goals or any rules set perhaps by state government about when the comprehensive LEP needs to be completed. Save Dulwich speaks to local people about why we love Dulwich Hill and what's bugging us. And we've documented the findings and the recommendations from these conversations in 2 documents that you can find on our website. One of them is called Our Suburb, Our Future, and the other is called Heart of Dulwich Hill. And we've spoken to many of the elected members and presented the ideas in these 2 documents. You can find them on our website, which is savedully.com. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Liz, for your very succinct contribution, and thank you for helping us with the agenda by combining both of those items. We're almost completed with the public forum. The last item on which we have a registered speaker is item 23, Greenway in-corridor works, and that speaker is Alex Lofts, former Ashfield councillor and Deputy Mayor of Ashfield Council. Alex. Can't hear you as yet, Alex.
Mute. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and officers for the opportunity to speak. I'm coming to you from Wongal land. I'm a current member of the Greenway Community Forum. And indeed, the Greenway is a complex project embracing ecological, active transport, recreational, cultural and educational elements, as you no doubt realise. And its importance to your communities in the future can't be underestimated. And that community really wants you to get on with this in this term, get on with the project. So whatever decisions you reach tonight, it will be about building for the future, a sustainable future. Complex, yes, but the Greenway has already a long history, a history of deep engagement with the community. By the way, in the last term, council has already seen the completion of some other truly landmark public facilities, Mayoral Library, Ashfield Aquatic Centre. During the Xmas break or Christmas break, I even infiltrated the Balmain Peninsula, remained undetected, and had a swim in the Dawn Fraser pool. Magnificent facilities. The Greenway, however, differs from those facilities, being not conceived by council, but by the community. It began with enthusiastic community advocates and a vision which remains to build a breathing corridor that is a focal connection for people that people will love and engage with, like we do our national parks, our beaches, our waterways, and our significant green spaces. That initial conception came in the 1990s. And in those formative and early years, it was those community advocates and others who brought together people from different interest groups, cyclists, bush care people, bird watchers, joggers, people interested in history, for example. That advocacy culminated in the winning by community members of the first grants in 2001. I'll highlight just a few points. You can find more detail about the Greenway and its history in the master plan, pages 10 and 11, which is on the council website. So in 2002, the 4 legacy councils like Ashford, Marrickville and Canterbury reached in principle agreement to further the Greenway vision. In 2003, the Greenway Steering Committee was formed from the aforementioned interest groups, but also with community reps, councillors and council officers representing the 4 councils, and that coordinated the development of the project. In 2008, the Greenway was recognised in state government planning instruments and is now an integral part of the Green Grid and Urban Transformation Strategy. From 2009 to 2012 came a grant, 1.8 million, from New South Wales Environmental Trust to further develop the Greenway concept as an urban sustainability project. Later came the Place Management Program. 2016, the State Government and Council reached a joint funding agreement of 14.4 million, enhanced later by a Greater Sydney Commission grant of 8.8 million. A couple of things not noted in the master plan, some major awards. A Greater Sydney Planning Award in 2017, Outstanding Community Leadership and Council Engagement. 2019, a National Institute of Planners Award for Excellence in Landscape Architecture and Urban Design. Before then, in 2018, the Greenway featured in the Salzburg Global Seminar for Urban Design. So it is a project that is not only of regional significance, but a potentially of global significance. The Greenways, in a sense, will never be complete. Even after the path is laid, the tunnels built, the fencing done, because the community will always have its stake and with council be engaged and active in the corridor, and that through the newly constituted Greenway Community Forum. The future, well, that's in your hands, your minds, councillors, delivery team and the Community Forum to build. It might be customary to say I don't envy your complex decision, because it is a big decision, but I actually do envy you because you will play a significant part in delivering a magnificent, sustainable project for the future. It's your legacy, councillors. Good luck and have a productive night. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alex, and thank you for your commitment to the project and to continuing your service to the Inner West community through this, and we look forward to collaborating with you closely in the weeks and months to come.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an honour.
Councillors, that concludes the public forum. I'll now move on to condolence motions, of which there are none tabled. Does any councillor have a condolence motion for consideration? If not, I will move on to the mayoral minutes. Pat Anderson has spoken much more eloquently than I would try to on the first mayoral minute in regards to the ULURU statement. But I would like to just take a moment to simply read the statement itself for the absorption of the meeting prior to tabling the motion. And it reads as follows. We gathered at the 2017 National Constitutional Convention, coming from all parts of the Southern Sky, make this statement from the heart. Our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tribes were the first sovereign nations of the Australian continent and its adjacent islands, and possessed it under our own laws and customs. This our ancestors did, according to the reckoning of our culture, from the creation, according to the common law from time immemorial, and according to science more than 60,000 years ago. This sovereignty is a spiritual notion. The ancestral tie between the land, or Mother Nature, and the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples who were born therefrom remain attached thereto and must one day return thither to be united with our ancestors. This link is the basis of the ownership of the soil, or better, of sovereignty. It has never been ceded or extinguished and coexists with the sovereignty of the Crown. How could it be otherwise? That peoples possessed a land for 60 millennia and this sacred link disappears from world history in merely the last 200 years? With substantive constitutional change and structural reform, we believe this ancient sovereignty can shine through as a fuller expression of Australia's nationhood. Proportionally, we are the most incarcerated people on the planet. We are not an innately criminal people. Our children are alienated from their families at unprecedented rates. This cannot be because we have no love for them. And our youth languish in detention in obscene numbers. They should be our hope for the future. These dimensions of our crisis tell plainly the structural nature of our problem. This is the torment of our powerlessness. We seek constitutional reforms to empower our people and take our rightful place in our own country. When we have power over our destiny, our children will flourish. They will walk in two worlds, and their culture will be a gift to their country. We call for the establishment of a First Nations voice enshrined in the Constitution. Mayoral is the culmination of our agenda, the coming together after a struggle. It captures our aspirations for a fair and truthful relationship with the people of Australia and a better future for our children based on justice and self-determination. We seek a Mayoral Commission to supervise a process of agreement making between governments and First Nations and truth-telling about our history. In 1967, we were counted. In 2017, we seek to be heard. We leave base camp and start our trek across this vast country. We invite you to walk with us in a movement of the Australian people for a better future. Councillors, I move that Council reaffirm its support for the ULURU Statement from the Heart and Council's commitment to enacting its principles. Secondly, that we consult with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Consultative Committee as to how best to incorporate the ULURU Statement from the Heart into Council's community strategic plan. And third, that we seek a briefing on the current status of Inner West Council's Reconciliation Action Plan. I say in conclusion that I have received correspondence today from the member for Greenway and the leader of the Australian Labor Party, potentially the next Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese, making clear his support for this policy to be adopted at Council. I won't read his correspondence in full, but it does say in part the following. Federal Labor is committed to implementing the ULURU Statement from the Heart in full. It is an opportunity for us to go further as a nation and to unlock our potential. It calls for three things: voice, truth, treaty. Federal Labor will introduce a voice to Parliament, constitutionally enshrined, that First Nations people have asked for, with a patience so great that it counts as an expression of profound generosity. The ULURU Statement contains another important key to unlock our potential, the Mayoral Commission, which would oversee a national process of truth-telling, agreement and treaty making. As a priority, Labor will establish a Mayoral Commission with responsibility for truth-telling and treaty. It will be established through a process of open nominations and review. Councillors, I table that motion and open the floor to discussion. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak to the motion?
Yep. Councillor De Cruz.
Councillor De Cruz.
Thank you for bringing this motion to Council. And it's good to see that the Labor Party now is taking it up and as policy. I would like to move some amendments, which Catherine can. Thank you, Catherine. We actually put up a motion ages ago, which was to sign an agreement with Metro Land Council, and we haven't heard anything further from that. We had the CEO of Metro Land Council come to open to welcome to country at our first council meeting, and therefore I'd like the mayor to consider these motions. Otherwise, we'll put these amendments. Otherwise, we'll put it to the vote. So one is that we get an update on the negotiations with the Metro Land Council on signing principles of cooperation and agreement. Secondly, that we seek to establish links with all our First Nations organisations within our LGA, such as Bamali, Deadly Connections, and regional organisations such as Gambana and UTS, and Koori Radio and Yabin. And thirdly, that we consult on supporting the creation of places and times for truth-telling within our LGA. So I put forward these amendments to councillors. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor De Cruz. I'll address those amendments in a right of reply. Further discussion, councillors?
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stamoulis.
Mr Mayor, I think Councillor De Cruz raises a very important point that we mark our commitment to these issues, but we don't define any dates around them. And I'm wondering whether or not you could put some dates behind points 2 and 3 of your motion so that we know this will be actioned and it will come back to Council at sometime sooner rather than later, or not at all. I'll leave that to you, Mr Mayor, to consider. Thank you.
Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. In the interest of unity, which is paramount in regards to this matter, I'll incorporate all of the amendments from Councillor De Cruz into the primary motion. There being no further discussion, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Just be patient with me, councillors. I'm just changing views. I believe that that is carried unanimously. Is there any councillor who is against the motion? No, that has been carried unanimously. Thanks very much for that. Move on to item 2, Mayoral Minute, Demerger Survey. I'll table the motion and withhold my right to speak to it. Does any councillor wish to speak to the motion?
Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Drury.
Mayor, look, thank you for bringing this forward. I suppose we all know what happened in terms of the merger survey that occurred at the same time as the election of us. I think what we do note is that there is a very straightforward process outlined in section 218cc of the Local Government Act, which provides a clear guideline for how this process will occur. And I think what is paramount is to actually just have a pretty orderly process for dealing with this issue. I think we need to get that business case and we need to get it off to the appropriate bodies and let them make their decisions, and we need to do that in a timely fashion. I'm also going to note that we should take some notice of what the staff, our staff, the council staff, have said about this matter and the resolution of the consultative committee, which is in our printed papers. I think what we need is not to put the cart before the horse. What we need is an orderly process, and we need to do this in the best interests of our community, not because some other people who live outside of our area want us to do it. We need to do what is best for the residents of the Inner West. I commend your Mayoral Minute and urge all councillors to vote for it unamended.
Thank you for that. Councillor Langford.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for, it's great that you put this minute up regarding the demerger survey. I had two amendments that I wanted to propose, and I'll just ask Catherine if she could show those on the screen. The other thing I was proposing is that this, I put forward a demerger motion as a notice of motion. I think it's item 13, and I wanted to ask if this could be discussed at the same time.
I seek advice from council officers about whether procedurally the tabled notice of motion can be considered. Councillor Langford, are you seeking to table it as a foreshadowed motion?
No, not as a foreshadowed motion. It was just that it would make sense. Are you seeking to
table it as a series of amendments?
It could be considered as a series of amendments, but I think I would prefer to consider the motion that I put forward separately.
In which case there's no need for a procedural motion to bring it forward because it will be considered separately tonight. It's already tabled on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. So if we could consider the amendments that I put forward, that would be good.
Okay, so Councillor Langford has tabled 2 amendments. The first is to note that the proposal to de-amalgamate must be a proposal in support of demerger, and secondly, to note that the de-amalgamation process should be a whole of council process and involve all 15 councillors. All councillors should be invited to all meetings with the Minister or her representatives. We'll now deal with those amendments before returning to the substantive motion. Is there a seconder for those amendments? Councillor Shetty, do you wish to speak to them?
Yes, thanks. Yes, I just wanted to agree with Councillor Langford's amendments and suggest that it's important that the community is represented and that the council as a whole has the opportunity to discuss this really important issue with the Minister. I hope that the process will be as transparent as possible, and I think that the provision to have as many councillors in attendance to these ministerial meetings is a really important part of ensuring that we all get to be involved and represent the views of the community. That's all.
Thanks for that. I'll just note that I don't think there's ever been an instance in which 15 councillors have been allowed to attend a meeting with a state minister, not because of anything that the council has said or done, but that's not the procedure in which ministers operate. Minister Stokes did generously come along to speak to the entire council in a briefing session about Cullen Park recently, which was very welcome. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak against this amendment. I seek to reassure my fellow councillors, as Councillor Drury has outlined, that there is a straightforward legislative process that will be followed. I note that proposed amendment 1 calls out a specific clause of that legislative process, and I seek to reassure my fellow councillors that it will be prepared in line with all legislative requirements, and there is no need to call out any one of them in particular. I note with regard to proposed amendment 2 that all matters that require a decision of council will come to the council and will be considered by the whole council, all 15 councillors. There is no need, again, for an insistence that this topic in particular follow what is normal procedure. And as to the second point of proposed amendment 2, there is no timeline for meetings with the Minister after the development of the business case, and an insistence on being invited to meetings that are not yet planned, or in fact an insistence on any other particular step after the business case is to be developed, is premature. And I urge my fellow councillors to reconsider this amendment and not to put it forward. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Now, Councillor Stamalis, I note that you had your hand raised to speak to the substantive motion. Is it also raised because you wish to speak to the amendment?
I'm proposing a further amendment, Mr. Mayor, so
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you momentarily when we've dealt with the current amendments. Any further speakers to the Langford-Shetty amendments? Councillor Atkins.
I'd just like to speak very briefly in support of the amendments. I think it's important to draw attention to the fact that the business case must be a proposal in support of the demerger. And this might be an amendment to an amendment, but I'd like to suggest that should all councillors not be invited to meetings with the Minister, that at least a Greens councillor and 1 independent councillor be invited to those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Further speakers on the Langford-Shetty amendments? Councillor Langford, you've already spoken to the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, may I propose that we put that amendment to a vote?
Yeah, just before we do so, I'd just like to give I think both of the amendments are statements of the obvious, that we would seek to incorporate all councillors both in meetings with the government. I don't think you get 15 councillors into a meeting with a minister, but I agree that it should be a delegation of councillors from various parties. And quite obviously, by the nature of the correspondence that I've sent to the minister and the nature of the motion itself, that the business case will be for demerger. To that end, I'm speaking against the amendments because they are redundant and statements of the obvious, I think. So there being no further speakers on the amendments, I'll now put those. All those in favour of the Langford-Shetty amendments, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have Councillors Stamoulis, Atkins, Langford, Lockie, Shetty, De Cruz, and Griffiths. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillors Drury, Scott, Stevens, Smith, D'Arienzo, I will get it right, Deputy Mayor, Howard, Sardulius, and myself. Those amendments have been defeated. Councillor Stamoulis, you wish to speak to the substantive motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm proposing a further amendment. This is the first motion that we'll be discussing about the demerger vote and the demerger process. And as part of that, I'd like to address the community in that. And that is a very simple amendment. Council notes the overwhelming majority vote of the Inner West community to demerge. It was a very strong vote from our community, and I think it's important that we acknowledge that and we acknowledge our residents, our businesses who voted in that poll. Thank you.
That is incorporated into the primary motion. We'll return to discussion of the substantive motion. Is there any further discussion?
I was about Councillor De Cruz.
Yes, Councillor De Cruz.
I was about to put an amendment to Councillor Stamoulis' amendment and second it, but since it's already been incorporated, it's a bit late for that. I was actually a bit concerned that you don't mention involving the community in the development of the business case, and I think we should involve the community a lot more than we did in the past on this item. So I guess I would move an amendment to the point 3 that the community gets insulted in the preparation of the business case.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that amendment? If not, that will lapse.
Yes.
Councillor Langford, do you wish to speak again to that amendment, Councillor Langford?
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Please
yes, I strongly, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I strongly support that amendment. I think that it's in the spirit of the poll result, which was 62.4%, I believe, in favour of demerging, that we strongly engage community in the process of developing the business case and seek their input and keep them informed throughout the whole process. I think that it's really important for the sake of transparency, and also it's important to reassure the community that we are respecting their wishes. We're here for the community, and we need to show that their needs come first. So thank you.
Councillor De Cruz, I'm not able to see the wording that you've proposed in your amendment as yet. Have you provided it to the minute takers? Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm just typing it now.
Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. I would request the cooperation of councillors ensuring that amendments that are moved to motions are provided in writing to the minute takers prior to councillors having to consider them. I'll just pause the meeting so that we are able to be aware of the wording of the amendment that we're voting on or that we're considering.
Okay, hopefully Catherine's got that now.
I'd suggest that it would simply read point 3, involve the community in the preparation of the business case. Just from a grammatical perspective, it already reads that, Council, the motion. And if you're satisfied with that, Councillor De Cruz, I'll incorporate that into the primary motion as well, noting again that it's really a statement of the obvious. A policy of council to abolish the council would necessarily need to involve community consultation. Further discussion, councillors? There being no further discussion, I'll make a very brief right of reply.
Sorry, that's been in... Oh.
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. The debate has been concluded. Your amendment has been incorporated into the primary motion. Thank you for your cooperation. I think I want to make a couple of very important points. There must be unanimity amongst the elected representatives to respect the outcome of the demerger poll. Every statement that I have made as mayor since the election and will make subsequently will be in line with that principle, as reflected in the correspondence that I have sent to the Minister for Local Government immediately upon, as my highest priority upon being elected as mayor. I would strongly and politely encourage all councillors to also uphold the potentially competing objective of acting with a great sense of fiduciary duty and a great commitment to good governance at the council. It was my strong view, having participated in the last term of council, that when a sizable proportion of the elected body is dedicated primarily to proving that that elected body should no longer exist, that it creates real challenges for the organisation as a whole. We all have a legal obligation, notwithstanding our commitment to carrying out the result of the poll. We all have a legal obligation to act in the best interest of the organisation, to seek to improve it, to promote its objectives, and to work, most importantly of all, in cooperation and solidarity with the officers of the council. The simple fact is that by unanimous resolution, the officers of the council resolved at the time that the poll decision was made to inform the council of their very great concerns about the impact that this could have on the organisation and on them as staff. I strongly encourage all councillors who I'm sure have a great commitment to fairness at work, respectful relationships between elected representatives and officers within government, to try to stay committed to both of those potentially conflicting principles throughout the term of council. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? That is carried unanimously. Thanks very much, councillors. The final mayoral minute is in relation to council's response to COVID and the Omicron wave. I will speak to this motion only to state that it's essentially a request for a report on a very important issue. It makes no policy proposals or funding commitments. This has been something that councillors have worked very collaboratively on throughout the last term of council in this unprecedented crisis, which is still with us. And so I'm not of a mind to, I haven't proposed any policy commitments in the motion that I've tabled. I'm seeking detailed information for us as an elected body at our next meeting so that we can consider our position and what actions are necessary, and therefore will also not in principle be supportive of amendments which seek to take policy decisions or funding decisions now when that's not the process that I'm proposing through this mayoral minute. So I'll put that. I have Councillor Griffiths wishing to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some quick amendments to this, which I've sent to Catherine. They're quite brief. One is inserting the word staff into your substantive proposal. I think it would be good to know what actions we're taking within the organisation to assist in the crisis and recovery phases as well.
Agreed. Thank you.
And the second, yeah, as written.
Agreed. That's incorporated. Thanks very much, Councillor Griffiths. Further discussion, councillors?
Yes, I've got a further amendment.
Of course. Councillor De Cruz?
Which Catherine will hopefully put up. I think our community is facing, I mean, the whole world is facing huge mental stress from not being able to see friends and loved ones. Even our community, who's not used to hugging people, finds it very difficult not to be able to do that. And this is all causing huge mental anguish. And I think it would be worthwhile for the council to consult with some local mental health organisations as to whether we can do any activities or put anything in place to assist our community with mental health and, to assist them with their mental health. And to that end, I've put forward this amendment about consulting with some of the mental health organisations in the LGA, and also I've put in the PNC as another sort of organisation. So, and I suppose there can be COASIT and many other groups that who actually whose members are actually facing issues, and council may have a unique opportunity to be able to point people at the right place for services, and maybe even provide activities under guidance which allows people to gently recover and come back into the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll speak briefly against the amendment, but in support of the intention of it. As you're aware, Council has already formed a consultative committee with local non-government organisations to meet in an ongoing basis, proposed and initiated by Councillor Porteous in her term as Mayor at the end of last year. And a number of the organisations that you've mentioned, I believe, are already invitees to that forum. I will take personal responsibility for ensuring that if they aren't, that they are sent an invitation for the first forum, which is due to be convened prior to the next meeting. And I'm sure council officers will be happy to incorporate the feedback that you're seeking into the report that comes to the March meeting. So I respectfully request that with that commitment that you suggest that the amendment is unnecessary. We can vote on it if needs be, but I note that it is, we're now at 8 o'clock, so an hour and a half into the meeting. So if there's, Councillor De Cruz, is that commitment sufficient for you?
Well, I have taken the trouble to document it.
Okay, that's a no. Is there a seconder for that amendment?
Yes.
Do you wish to speak to it?
Simply to support Councillor De Cruz's amendment and note the importance of mental health and the effect that COVID has had on mental health issues. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So there's now been one speaker, two speakers for the amendment, one speaker against. Is there any further debate?
Yes,
Councillor
I
Scott?
will speak against again. Thank you, Mayor Byrne. I note that this amendment, along with a number of others, is again a statement of the obvious, a reiteration of existing practices or normal council processes. And I support Mayor Byrne's suggestion that it is redundant and unnecessary, but at the same time give a commitment that I will, in my role as a councillor, support Mayor Byrne in his commitment to engage with these community organisations. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Move the motion be put.
Councillor Drury has moved that the motion be put. Now, I'm just going to seek, I know we've all been briefed on this, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page in regards to procedures such as this. I'm going to ask the Manager of Governance to outline for all councillors under what conditions such a procedural motion can be moved.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne. To put a motion, you need to undertake the test, of which 2 need to have spoken for and 2 need to have spoken against, which has now taken place. You can now move a motion to put the motion to council. If council resolves yes, the motion will then be put. If council resolves no, the motion will return to debate.
Does that require a seconder?
Yes.
I second that motion of Councillor Drury.
Okay, Councillor Scott has seconded that. There's been 2 speakers in favour and 2 speakers against. I will now put, now I always get confused about this. I'll put the motion that the motion be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have Councillors Smith, D'Arienzo, Howard, Scott, Griffiths, Langford, Stevens, Drury, Sardulius and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Stamoulis, Shetty, Lockie. I think that's all. That has been carried. I'll now put the amendment. All those, and I'll just ask the minute takers to just move the counting box if possible so that everyone can see the amendment that they're voting on. Thank you. The De Cruz-Atkins amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Griffiths, Lockie, Stamoulis, Atkins, Langford, Shetty, and De Cruz. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have the Deputy Mayor, councillors Sardulius, Scott, Drury, Stevens, sorry, I'm just having trouble with my screen. Howard, Stevens, Sardulius again, Drury and myself. I believe that's 8-7 and that has been defeated. We'll return to the substantive discussion of the motion, noting that it is now past 8 o'clock. We're yet to get to any reports or any of the councillor motions. Is there anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak yet to the substantive motion who would like to do so? If not, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have councillors Lockie, Stamoulis, Griffiths, Atkins, Stevens, Drury, Langford. In fact, I think it's unanimous. Is there any councillor who wishes to be recorded voting against the motion? If not, I'll declare that carried unanimously. Councillors, that brings us to reports for council decision.
Mayor Byrne, I wish to move a procedural motion that we consider the reports in items 4, 8, 9, 11 and 12 in globo.
And I'll second that.
Seconded, moved by councillor Scott, seconded by councillor Griffiths. Again, for clarity, we won't need to do this every time, but I'm just going to go to the Manager of Governance to ask her to describe under what circumstances such a procedural motion can be moved and what the proper procedure for moving motions in globo is.
The way in which Councillor Scott has just moved the motion is accurate. Now yourself as the chair needs to request if there are any councillors who wish to speak against any of the motions that have been identified or wish to speak on any of the motions identified.
Okay. So is there anyone who objects to items 4, 8, 9 and 11 being adopted unamended?
Councillor Byrne. 4, 8, 9, 11 and 12.
Yeah. Right. Okay, I've got several people objecting now. I'll just clarify before I go to these people. If any councillor objects to any of those items, then they can't be moved in globo. Is that correct, Bojane?
Correct. And being that it's 4, 8, 9, 11 and 12, you will need a procedural motion to change the order of business.
Okay. Councillor Lockie.
I don't have any issue with any of the items except for a question on item 8. I think that one calls for us to determine who the delegates to the National General Assembly of Local Government will be, in which case we won't be able to move it in globo because we need to make a decision.
I'll put that question to the officers.
That's right, Mr. Mayor. We do need to give consideration to which councillors are attending the National General Assembly.
In which case, I think if you remove point 8.
If you remove that.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll just call the meeting to order.
Sorry.
Councillor Scott and Councillor Griffiths, I think you'll understand why that would result in item 8 needing to be removed from this because there is decision required rather than adoption of the officer's recommendation.
Happy to take the officer's advice, of course, but I understood that we could note item 8 per the recommendations and provide nominees to the conference at our March meeting. If that's not the case, we'll take it out and decide them now.
I can put that to a question as a question to the officers if you like, or you.
Thank you. Yes.
In your hands.
Thank you, officers. If you wouldn't mind answering for me, thank you.
Yeah, that is right, Mr. Mayor. Actually, you can. I just read the second resolution that we can come back to we're bringing a report back to the March meeting.
Sorry, I'm now confused. I'll go to item 8 if you like. Sorry, this is slowing us down. Item page 40. The recommendation is that Council give consideration to councillors attending the National General Assembly of Local Government and put forward any proposed motions, etc. So you're saying if this is adopted in Globo, then that consideration about whether councillors can attend would be tabled at the March meeting. Is that right, Mr. General Manager?
That's right. I'm happy to throw to the Manager of Governance, Senior Manager of Governance and Risk, if you like.
For what purpose?
Thank you, General Manager. Yes, Mayor, and yes, that's correct. You can consider this at the return report in March.
On that basis, Councillor Scott and Councillor Griffiths, I assume that your preference is to leave that in, and Councillor Lockie, presumably that deals with your concern as well. Further, any further councillors who would like to identify motions that have been included in this that should be dealt with separately?
I think we're removing 9 at the Traffic Committee.
Traffic Committee is 10.
Item 9 is proposed the Government Remuneration Tribunal submission. Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll put the Scott Griffiths motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Lockie, Atkins, Griffiths, Langford, Drury, Stevens, Shetty, Scott, D'Arienzo, De Cruz, Howard, Sardulius, Smith, and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillor Stamoulis. That has been carried. Congratulations, councillors. That's more items moved on block than occurred in the entire last term of the Inner West. That means that we come to item 5, ending period poverty in the Inner West. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. I wish to first start by moving an amendment to this motion with words as provided earlier to the minute taker.
I'll ask the minute taker to display the amended wording on the screen so that Councillor Scott is able to speak to it.
I can start talking before it comes up if that helps. My amendment, there we go. My amendment to the motion is to add the sites E through H in point 1, to add Ashfield Aquatic Centre, Leichhardt Park Aquatic Centre, Marrickville and Balmain libraries to the trial sites, to increase the funding to $200,000, commensurate with the doubling of the trial sites, and puts a timeline on the commencement of works to begin this February with a report back on progress on the installation of machines in April.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Scott. Is there a seconder for the motion? Seconded by Councillor Smith. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Just quickly, commend this motion. I think it's without controversy that, you know, any society that strives for equality should not exclude anyone who menstruates from participation in public life through lack or difficulty of access to essential healthcare and sanitary products. I think it's beyond time for us to destigmatise periods and to end period poverty by ensuring that these products are as normal and accessible as toilet paper or soap, which could easily be found in any of these locations across the LGA. And I look forward to seeing this trial rolled out to what I'm sure will be great success. And I commend the work of Councillor Scott in leading on this.
Thanks very much, Councillor Smith. I note that someone has their microphone off and it's causing a little bit of disturbance in the background, so I'll ask everyone just to check whether that might be them. Further discussion? Councillor Atkins.
Thank you. I also had some amendments to the motion to increase the number of sites. I note that this was first called for by Jenny Leong and myself in July last year, and I commend the work of council staff in getting us to this point of initiating the trial. The only difference in my amendment really is that I had the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre proposed after it's moved to new premises or another appropriate site in Newtown. It seems to me that Newtown is the obvious place which has been excluded from the trial. I have discussed with the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre whether they would be willing to be part of the trial, and they certainly would, and they think that after their move to their new premises would be an appropriate time. To be honest now, I'm not sure. Do I move an amendment to Councillor Scott's amendment to incorporate the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre?
Yeah, Councillor Scott's motion is the primary motion, so which is an amended version of the officer's recommendation, and your amendment is simply to include the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre in the trial. Councillor Scott, are you amenable to that?
Yes, do add in the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre's new premises, and I believe that might require an amendment to the funding clause. I believe it is $25,000 per site, and as such, an additional site would make that $225,000 in the budget.
Could I possibly make a point there? When I discussed this with staff, with your indulgence, Mr. Mayor, when I spoke to staff, they suggested that one possibility was to swap out the Ashfield Library Service Centre for the Newtown Neighbourhood Centre, but I'd be happy to support both being in there if we think that the funding is possible.
It's really a question for the mover of the motion. The amendment has been agreed to, and the motion can be further amended to include the new estimated cost.
I support all of the sites A through I and the amended budget.
Okay, thank you for that. That amendment has been incorporated. Is there any further discussion, councillors? Councillor Shetty?
Could I just...
I've got Councillor Shetty. Sorry, Councillor De Cruz.
I'd just like to say very briefly that I'm really happy to see that this has come up, and I'm happy to also see the expansion to sites that are also located in the Balmain ward. So thank you for expanding this. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and I'm happy to see it here.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor De Cruz?
Yeah, I was just a little bit confused about point 2 and 3. It seems to be that we're seeking it in the budget 22-23, but starting work now. Is that correct? Or from Councillor, perhaps mover could clarify that what's the intention, that whether we're seeking to assign the amount in the budget and do the project now? Is that, or is that Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Councillor De Cruz. I do seek that we begin the investigatory work and preparatory work for this project now, and that we allocate the full amount of money in the 2022 budget. I believe both can be done.
Thank you. I think that's self-explanatory. Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Thank you. I would just like to speak briefly to the motion. I thank the staff for their report, for taking up this matter so quickly, for their wide consultation, and for surfacing such widespread and enthusiastic support for this motion in the community. I agree with the report from staff that the proposed sites address areas of community need and are popular with a diverse and underserved cohort of our community. With regard to the amended sites, and I thank Councillors Atkins and Shetty for their support to add the libraries and aquatic centres. These public facilities are used by the entire cross-section of our community and speak to the second goal of the program, which is mainstreaming the supply of these products alongside ordinary essential staples such as toilet paper and soap. The addition of these sites will increase the goal of testing the mainstream supply and demand for period products in the community, and I thank councillors for their support.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that's unanimous. Does any councillor wish to be recorded as voting against the motion? No, declare that carried unanimously. That brings us to item 6, councillor representation on committees.
Councillor Mayor Byrne, may I move an amendment to that motion? May I move the motion and move an amendment to the motion, please?
Yes, councillor Scott.
Thank you. I would like to propose that we amend the motion to nominate the councillors as provided in language to the minute taker earlier today. So if minute taker wouldn't mind displaying that earlier amendment, thank you. The proposed councillors are, as you see before you, to the various committees. I can read them out, or councillors can read them on screen.
I might suggest for thoroughness that we not count this as part of Councillor Scott's time, but ask her to articulate the proposed appointments in the motion so that we're all au fait with what's being proposed. And then if you wish to speak to it separately, Councillor Scott will allocate your time then.
Appreciate that, Mayor Byrne. I propose in this amendment that the following councillors are appointed: to the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, Councillors Scott and Atkins; to the Flood Management Advisory Committee, Councillors Howard and De Cruz; to the Traffic Committee, Mayor Byrne, and as an alternate, Councillor Langford; to the General Manager's Performance Panel, Mayor Byrne, Councillors Howard and Langford; to the Club Grants Panel, Deputy Mayor D'Arienzo; to the Cooks River Alliance Board, Deputy Mayor D'Arienzo, and as an alternate, Councillor Langford; to the New South Wales Public Libraries Association, Councillor Howard, and as an alternate, Councillor Langford; to the Parramatta River Catchment Group, Councillor Drury, as an alternate, Councillor Scott; to the Southern Sydney Regional Organisation of Councils, Mayor Byrne, Deputy Mayor D'Arienzo, and as alternates, Councillors De Cruz and Lockie; to the Sydney Airport Community Forum, Mayor Byrne; to the Sydney Coastal Council Group, Councillor Griffiths; and to the Eastern City Planning Panel, Mayor Byrne and Councillor Scott.
Do you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Scott?
I will speak to the motion. Thank you very much, Mayor Byrne. In advance of the support of our council colleagues, I thank them for their collaboration in determining the makeup of the councils that so helpfully inform our council business. I thank them for their collaboration in determining this cross-section, and I commend this representative cross-section to the council.
Mayor, may I second the motion and observe that this clearly reflects the will and the makeup of council, and it also reflects the people's verdict in terms of the election. I think it is a great cross-section of councillors to be representing us and to be working on these issues. And I look forward to great outcomes coming out of all these wonderful committees, boards, associations, and groups.
Mayor Byrne, your mic is off.
Thank you for that. Councillor Griffiths.
Sorry. So I have a foreshadowed motion regarding the GM's performance assessment panel. We're okay with all the rest of the committees as written, and thank you, Councillor Scott, for bringing this coherent motion. But I am concerned, and so can we also include? Sorry, I might need to give some words in a minute taker, but it would be good to include all the other committees, and this just referring to the GM's performance panel, because it's been reduced from 5.
Sorry, just one moment, Councillor Griffiths. I think the way to do that, forgive me for intervening, but I think you're proposing an amendment rather than a foreshadowed motion. An amendment, the amendment could simply be to the whatever point it is about the General Manager's Performance Review Panel, and then you don't need to incorporate the rest of the primary motion.
Yeah, more happy to put it up as an amendment if it's accepted, but it has been reduced from 5.
Sorry, just to clarify, it doesn't require your concurrence. I'm determining that it is an amendment. It's not a foreshadowed motion. It doesn't directly counter the primary motion. And so I'm ruling that it is an amendment and it can be considered now. You wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So Yeah, the current proposal is reducing the performance panel from 5 councillors to 3 councillors, and we think it should stay at 5 councillors, which we believe would lead to a more transparent and democratic GM performance panel, especially as it would represent the variety of groups on this council and would not be it would include independent councillors, for instance, not just the Greens and Labor Party councillors. So I would like to move that amendment.
Thank you for that. Is there a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Langford, do you wish to speak to it? Sorry, Councillor Langford.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I strongly support that amendment. I feel that for the sake of democracy, it's very important to have a broad range of councillors with different skills on that panel. And just for transparency as well, and to allow other people to get skills in that area.
Mayor Byrne, 2 speakers have spoken in favour. May I speak against the motion, the amendment?
Yes,
I do not accept the motion into the proposed nominees to committee. The requirement as to number of councillors on the GM's performance panel are not in terms of reference. They are not required. There is no legislative or industrial reason to have that particular number. Councils may have agreed in the past to have that particular number. The proposal before you is that there are 3 persons appointed to that panel, and that those persons are Mayor Byrne, Councillors Howard and Langford.
Thanks for that, Councillor Scott. I'll also speak against the amendment. I think it's important to note that 5 councillors on a performance review panel is in no way considered best practice within the local government sector or any other sector that I'm aware of. We've received recommendations at council previously that it should be 3 councillors. It's true that in the last term of council there were 5. I think there may have been 6 at one point. To be blunt, that was a political fix to try to get a majority of councillors supporting establishing a panel of any kind at all, reflective of some of the challenges that we faced procedurally in the last term of council. And it was certainly my experience and that of other councillors I've spoken to who participated in the forum then that it was not ideal for performance review or for deliberation amongst the panellists. So I strongly support 3 councillors, including a mix of different political representatives being appointed.
Mayor Byrne, we've had 2 for and 2 against. May we put this amendment to a vote?
Okay, so Councillor Scott is moving. Councillor Scott is moving. Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, I'll ask you to desist from interjecting. Councillor Scott is moving that the motion be put. Now, I've just got the amendment be put. I've got someone's microphone on in the background, so it's difficult to hear. There's a lot of feedback. Might be you, Councillor De Cruz. Thank you. Councillor Scott has moved that the amendment be put. There have been 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. So I will now put her motion, that the motion be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have Councillors Sardulius, Howard, D'Arienzo, Smith, Scott, Stevens, Drury, and myself, that is 8. All those against, please raise your hands and keep them raised. Against, I have Councillors Shetty, Stamoulis, Atkins, Lockie, Griffiths, Langford. I said Councillor Lockie. That is 7. That has been carried. I will now put the amendment. All those in favour of the... Sorry, it's just been removed from the screen. Can I ask the minute takers to return the Griffiths-Langford amendment to the screen? Thank you for that. I'll now put that amendment. All those in favour of the Griffiths-Langford amendment, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Lockie, Langford, Stamoulis, Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, and De Cruz. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillors Sardulius, Howard, D'Arienzo, Smith, Scott, Drury, Stevens and myself. That has been defeated. We'll return to debate of the substantive motion.
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Stamos.
Mr Mayor, I noticed 5 councillors are missing from opportunities to be on committees, while some councillors are on multiple committees. Just a question through the chair as to how that has arisen.
I'm not sure who you're posing the question to, Councillor Stamos, because obviously the officers won't be able to answer as to how the primary motion has been derived.
Well, then who can answer that question, Mr Mayor?
It's not my job to interpret your thinking, Councillor Stamos. Who would you like to pose a question to?
Well, I think the issue is, it stands very clearly there that...
Sorry, Councillor Stamos, I'll call you to order. If you wish to speak to the motion, of course, you're entitled to, but you've posed a question to no one so far. So if you would like to pose a question, please let me know who it should be put to. If not, I'll go to you to speak to the motion.
All right, Mr Mayor, I would like to propose an amendment that that I be a nominee for the ARIC committee. So I'd like to put that forward as an amendment.
Councillor Stamos is moving that he be appointed as a delegate to the ARIC committee. Is there a seconder for that? There's no seconder, that will lapse. Further discussion, councillors? If there's no further discussion, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Hang on. Sorry,
thank you very much, Mayor Byrne, for that right of reply. I have no further comments to make other than to, again, commend this cross-section of people to the council and to urge us to move to vote on this amendment before to vote on this motion before us.
I'll put the Scott Drury motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Lockie, Drury, Griffiths, Stevens, Langford, Scott, Shetty, De Cruz, Smith, D'Arienzo, Howard, Sardulius, Smith and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillor Stamos. That has been carried. Next item. Local Government New South Wales Special Conference, or was that in the motions moved in globo?
No, this one is on the table. And I would like to move this motion, and I would like to move an amendment to this motion with language as supplied to the minute taker earlier.
I'll ask the minute takers to provide the amended wording from Councillor Scott on the screen so that she's able to speak to it.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne, for the opportunity to speak to this. Again, I would like to nominate that we put to the attend the Local Government New South Wales Conference councillors Atkins, De Cruz, Shetty, Lockie, Mayor Byrne, Deputy Mayor D'Arienzo, Councillor Drury, Councillor Stevens, and I believe Councillor Smith, although Councillor Smith's name does not appear. Councillor Smith was intended. Unless there's some issue with that I'm unaware of. Thank you, minute taker. Again, I commend this cross-section of councillors to the council.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll second with an amendment.
Councillor De Cruz is the seconder for the primary motion and separately would like to move an amendment. Councillor De Cruz?
Yep, that's fine. My amendment was, I've been advised by the officers that late motions will be accepted to the Local Government New South Wales Conference, and therefore I'd move that we put up the motion about no to incinerators and submit that. You will recall that earlier, I think 2019, we actually, or 2020, we put up a motion saying no to our waste going to incineration. There's a very big campaign in Bayside and in Randwick because they're concerned an incinerator will be built in their local neighbourhood, and there are also other communities throughout New South Wales who are concerned about incinerators being built in their neighbourhoods too. So I think the main thing is that incinerators don't have a place in our circular economy or in zero waste because they are the end of the line and encourage people to destroy valuable resources and materials. So I move that amendment and to have it incorporated in the motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a seconder for that?
Yes.
Councillor Shetty, do you wish to speak to it?
That was Councillor Atkins.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Atkins, do you wish to speak to it?
Simply to support it. I'd also like to speak to the motion at some point, though, because I have a separate amendment.
I was actually seconding the motion as well.
Yeah, so Councillor De Cruz is the seconder for the primary motion and has separately moved an amendment that council put the motion that she's articulated to the local government conference. That's been seconded by Councillor Atkins. We'll now consider that amendment before returning to consideration of the primary motion. Further discussion?
Happy to speak,
Councillor Howard.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And look, thank you, Councillor De Cruz, for your amendment and for raising the important issue of waste incinerators. I share many of your concerns about waste incineration and, understand that it's important for us to express solidarity with those communities who are opposed to the construction of new incinerators in their communities, including in Matraville and Western Sydney, as you mentioned. Nonetheless, I raise a number of technical concerns with the amendment. Look, I respectfully note that the amendment does contradict the motion that you moved and was adopted by Council on the 13th of October, 2020. In that motion in 2020, it explicitly excludes medical waste from the items that the Inner West Council's waste contractors are prohibited from disposing of by incineration. I think I understand that one of the primary purposes of taking a motion like to the New South Wales local government conference is to reflect council's position. And I'm concerned that this motion doesn't accurately really reflect that agreed position that you took in 2020. Look, my key concern about this is that this motion is broad. And I'm concerned about the implication in the midst of a global pandemic. There is no question that we need to be working to reduce the impact of medical waste. A single face mask, I believe, can release up to 173,000 plastic microfibers into the ocean. Polypropylene items can take hundreds of years to biodegrade. Much of the medical waste we produce ends up in landfill, leaking dangerous chemicals into soil and groundwater. But look, combating the growing issue of medical waste during a global pandemic has to be done holistically. It has to be done by working across government, and it has to be done in lockstep with local communities and health workers. I think what we can do is to continue to lead on our efforts to embed a circular economy in our waste management strategies, because when we make bold strides towards waste management that focuses on refusing, reusing, repairing, refurbishing and recycling, including in our hospitals and medical settings, we avoid the need for incinerators in the first place. But respectfully, I think this is a complex and challenging issue, particularly given the context and pressures of the pandemic. And I'm not sure that this motion captures the nuance or complexity of the issue.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stevens.
Yes, look, I'll speak against the amendment, Mayor. Just to reiterate some of the points that Councillor Howard has made. This matter, as I understand it, has been dealt with by the Council previously, in a good motion passed some time ago. I think it's important we are consistent in that approach. And also, I just want to kind of support Councillor Howard's remarks about the centrality of the circular economy. If we get waste avoided and reused, recycled in the first place, we're not going to get even need to kind of entertain in incineration.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Stevens. Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll put the amendment. Now, just seek clarification here from the Manager of Governance. Is the mover of an amendment entitled to a right of reply?
No.
Okay. We'll put the De Cruz-Atkins amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, Stamoulis, Langford, Shetty, De Cruz. That is it. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have councillors. Now, Councillor Griffiths, are you abstaining on this or you're against the amendment? Sorry, I can't hear you, Councillor Griffiths.
So I'm for the amendment. I put my hand up briefly. I took it down too quick.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. So if I could just ask the minute takers to note that Councillor Griffiths was for the amendment. I'm now counting the people against. So if you could keep your hands raised, please. Against, I have Councillors Lockie, Drury, Stevens, Scott, Howard, Smith, D'Arienzo, Sardulius, and myself. That has been defeated. We'll return to discussion of the primary motion. Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Atkins.
Yes, I also have an amendment to propose a motion that the Inner West Council put to the Local Government New South Wales Conference. Demerger is not just an issue for the Inner West, it's an issue across New South Wales councils, as we heard from Mr. Ingram. And the Local Government New South Wales Conference is an opportunity for a strong message to the New South Wales Government that communities across New South Wales are calling for the failed amalgamation policy to be reversed. New South Wales councils need to take a strong, concerted and joint action to tell the state government that our amalgamation hasn't worked. There are strength in numbers. Inner West Council will be one of the first to take action on demerger. It should also show support for other communities seeking to demerge and should be a leader in taking arguments to Local Government New South Wales and the New South Wales Government. My amendment proposes that the Inner West Council seek to table the motion set out in the amendment at the conference at the end of this month. Thank you.
Mayor Byrne, I wish to speak against that proposed amendment. Mayor Byrne, your mic is off.
Thank you. I just seek clarification as to whether there is a seconder for the Atkins amendment.
Apologies.
Yes, I will.
Yep.
Councillor Stamoulis, do you wish to speak?
No.
Okay. Councillor Stamoulis is Councillor Stamoulis is seconding the amendment, and Councillor Scott wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne. Appreciate the opportunity. The Inner West Council survey resolved to ask the residents of the Inner West for their views on the Inner West. It did not ask them for their views on the whole of New South Wales. This council is not in a position to suggest to merged councils across New South Wales that they go through a process of disruption. And in fact, I might suggest that it would be disadvantageous to suggest from the inner city that we are in a position to tell regional councils what is in their best interests. I believe that we should allow the residents of those regional councils the opportunity to put forward their own non-binding survey should they wish. They should be afforded the opportunity to decide their fate. I believe that this motion is an overreach in terms of what is required to respond to those survey results and premature with regard to the legislative process that is required. I strongly would like to put my view against adopting this motion, and certainly I would like to vote against the idea that the Inner West can tell Cootamundra what to do.
Thanks for that, Councillor.
May I also echo the excellent comments of Councillor Scott and the wisdom of this. The question of demerger is not some little political campaign that some may wish to run across the state. The question in relation to a demerger is about what is in the best interests of residents of the Inner West. We need, as the Inner West Council, to be looking at what is in the best interests of the Inner West. We've heard the voice of the Inner West, and we will prepare a business case to go to government, and bless our friends in Macquarie Street. They will do what they have set out in the clause of the Local Government Act. Let us not become poster children for something else. Let us look after the inner west.
Thank you for that, Councillor Drury. So we've now had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against the motion.
Mayor Byrne, I propose we put this motion to a vote. I move we put this motion to a vote.
Okay. So Councillor Scott is moving that the amendment, which contains a motion, be put. Is there a seconder for that? Or,
yes.
Just forgive me, and you'll just have to be a little bit patient with me because I'm getting used to this new paradigm. I'll just seek clarification from the Manager of Governance. Is a seconder required for a procedural motion that the motion be put?
No.
Thank you for that. I'll put the Councillor Scott's motion that the motion be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have Councillors Sardulius, D'Arienzo, Smith, Howard, Scott, Drury, Stevens, and myself. That's 8. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillors Atkins, Stamoulis, Lockie, Griffiths, Langford, Shetty, and De Cruz. That has been carried. I will now put the Atkins, Stamoulis amendment. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have Councillors Atkins, Stamoulis, Lockie, Griffiths, Langford, Shetty, De Cruz. That is all. All those against, please raise your hands and keep them raised. Against, I have Councillors Drury, Stevens, Scott, Smith, Howard, D'Arienzo, Sardulius, and myself. That has been defeated. We'll now return to debate of the substantive motion. Are there any further speakers to the primary motion? There being no further speakers, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply if she wants one.
No right of reply. Clarifying my amendment is to nominate the councillors listed A through I to the local government conference as delegates.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. I'll now put the Scott De Cruz motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I believe that's unanimous. Is there anybody who wishes to be recorded voting against the motion? No, I declare that carried unanimously.
May I move the recommendation on item 10, please?
Yes, Councillor Drury. You may move that way. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Seconded by Councillor Scott. Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Drury?
Simply to observe and thank the Traffic Committee for their deliberations, noting that they do look at things pretty carefully and make good recommendations from time to time. We have concerns about some of them, but in this instance, I don't believe there are any.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scott, do you wish to speak to it?
I thank staff for this report and I am in support of us accepting their findings and recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Shetty?
Yes, I'd just like to put up a very minor amendment, if Catherine can bring that up for me.
I'll ask the minute takers to display Councillor Shetty's amendment on the screen. Thank you.
It's just simply relating to the Rozelle North Local Area Traffic Management Study. I'm just asking that there be a briefing of ward councillors held on that matter following community engagement prior to it being brought back to the local traffic committee, if that's amenable.
I'm happy to second that amendment, but don't need to speak to it.
I'm happy to incorporate that straight away.
That's incorporated into the primary motion. Councillor Langford?
Thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment as well. Catherine, would you mind please putting that up on the screen? It relates to the Tempe Bunnings DA.
I'd like to second it, Mayor.
Yeah, basically.
Happy to accept it, Councillor Langford.
Thank you.
Councillor Langford's amendment has been incorporated into the primary motion. Is there any further discussion or any further amendments? If not, I'll go to Councillor Drury for any right of reply.
Thank councillors for their consideration of the Traffic Committee.
There being no further comment from Councillor Drury, I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously, I believe. Now, councillors, it is almost 9 o'clock. I would propose and request that there be an adjournment of 5 minutes so that we can all have a break away from our screens. Is there any objection to that? If not, I'll take that as unanimous endorsement and I'll adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes. Okay, councillors, we'll resume the meeting. Just notify all councillors that we're doing so they've got a chance to come back to their screens to participate. The next item on the agenda is item 13, notice of motion, demerger of the Inner West Council. Councillor Langford, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, sorry. Just fixing my video.
No problem.
So at the December 2021 council elections, a significant majority of Inner West residents voted yes to demerge. We all know that. And now it's time for council to show that we respect their wishes. So the residents voted to restore the former 3 councils, Marrickville, Leichhardt and Ashfield. Their strong vote reinforces that amalgamation is a failed policy of the New South Wales Liberal government. They clearly reject a decline in services and decision-making at a distance. As councillors, we're here first and foremost for the community, and we need to put the wishes of residents first. Every councillor has a responsibility to ensure that the clear desire of the community is upheld and implemented by the end of this council term. This motion basically outlines clear steps for the demerger process, and it commits council to delivery of a strong business case by November 2022. This motion asks that council staff prepare a report outlining the proposal for a yes business case to be ready for the first council meeting in March. It commits council to a goal of having all 3 councils re-established by the start of the next term of council, being September 2024. As councillors, we need to ensure a strong business case based on consultation with the community, staff and local government experts. We need to keep community informed and all councillors need to have input. We Greens councillors are very committed to no forced redundancies of staff in the demerger process. And there are items in this motion that point to that. We believe in smaller community-focused councils that they can deliver better results for the community and increase job satisfaction for staff. We seek to extend employment protections for staff. I applaud the Mayor for including a Mayoral Minute on the demerger, but we feel it didn't go far enough in terms of ensuring that community consultation and committing to a clear process and timeline. I note that the Mayor submitted a letter to the Minister for Local Government and included the Morrison Lowe report with that letter. This report does not support the demerger. It was a rushed cost-benefit report full of inaccuracies. Councillors, I hope that you will show your respect for the wishes of our residents by voting in favour of this motion. Let's put the community first. Thank you.
There a second for the motion?
Thank you.
Councillor Stamlish, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I thank Councillor Langford for this motion, which is very strong, very comprehensive, and outlines the sort of detail that our council and our community need to know about the way forward and some of the actions that council needs to implement to get this very, very important process going. This is a major vote of the community of the Inner West. They've instructed us now to move forward in good faith. It will be cleared, of course, the 37% of people voted to stay merged, but of course almost 2/3 wanted to demerge. And that sentiment, of course, will be reflected amongst the councillors. There's no doubt about that. Some councillors will very strongly and in good faith want to follow this through in the majority interest of our community. Others may not feel quite that way.
Stamlis, sorry to call you to order. I'll just seek clarification from the Manager of Governance if I'm not conducting myself properly here.
Sure.
All councillors have resolved unanimously tonight to undertake a business case. So I'm not sure that you're accurately representing the adopted position of any councillor by suggesting that they don't support the development of the business case for the demerger. Forgive me if I've misinterpreted what you said, and I'll just seek clarification from the Manager of Governance. Is this an instance of misrepresentation where I could deal with it as chair or raise it as chair?
You can deal with misrepresentation as chair at the point in which you deem appropriate, so that is fine.
Thanks. I'm sure it wasn't the intention of Councillor Stamoulis to suggest that people had voted tonight against their actual position. So I'll withdraw my concern and allow him to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to propose a further amendment to this motion because I think it is of such importance to our council that we convene an appropriate forum to ensure that these processes and tasks are done and that they have the appropriate representation across the border spectrum, particularly of the political entities on our council. So I'm proposing here that council form a demerger committee involving a minimum of 4 councillors to meet every 4 weeks and at other times as needed. I'm sure things are going to come up from time to time that we'll need to convene that group of people, but I'm sure that our residents and our council would want to see broad participation from their elected representatives. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Mayor Byrne, your mic is off.
Councillor Stamoulis is the seconder for the primary motion and has proposed an amendment. I presume, Councillor Langford, that you're willing to incorporate the seconder's amendment into the primary motion, which means it doesn't require any debate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, it's incorporated into the primary motion. Thank you for that. Further discussion, councillors? We've had 2 councillors in support of the motion.
Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Drury.
Look, this evening we have already unanimously set about the process for putting a case to the state government about demerger. That is what we are required to do. That is the will of our community. It's already in place. We've voted unanimously to start that process. I don't see the need to set up a whole lot of other processes and a whole lot of other committees and a whole lot of other kumbaya. What we need to do is to get on with this in an orderly and structured fashion, as well as running the Inner West Council, because that's what we're all elected to do. I'd urge people to vote against that because we have already set up a process.
Thanks, Councillor Drury. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just reiterate the point that we've already unanimously passed the Mayoral Minute earlier in this meeting, which charts the path forward on this matter and the preparation of a business case. And I am more than satisfied with the process that the Mayoral Minute has outlined, and I'd urge other councillors to support that as well.
Mayor Byrne, we've now heard from 2 for and 2 against. I move we put this motion to a vote.
Can I just ask something?
Sorry, I just call the meeting to order. Councillor Scott is moving that the motion be put. We have had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against. I'll put that. Councillor Langford, if your question is whether you'll have a right of reply.
No, it's not.
Well, I'm afraid you don't have an entitlement to speak at this time. So we'll deal with the motion from Councillor Scott. All those in favour of the motion, that the motion be put, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Sardulius, D'Arienzo, Smith, Howard, Scott, Stevens, Drury, and myself. That's 8. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, we have Councillors Atkins, Lockie, Griffiths, Shetty. Councillor De Cruz is not present. That has been carried. We'll now go to Councillor Langford for her right of reply.
Well, I was wanting to actually discuss this motion in seriatim. That's what I was putting my hand up for earlier, so that we could discuss each point. Because if you, if the motion is voted down, then basically you're voting.
Councillor Langford, you're able to speak to the substantive motion. You were able to propose any procedure that you wish to when you spoke to it the first time. Now is your right of reply, and then we'll vote on your motion in totality.
Okay, first meeting, still learning things.
No problem.
So, yeah, so basically, I think I've already spoken, you know, and said that it's really, this is about the community. It's about having a process spelt out that includes a timeline, and I think a timeline is very important for the community. Also having transparency and community involvement, and ensuring that councillors are involved in the process, that it's not a process that's just done by staff. I think this motion is very important because it states that the importance of consulting the staff around no forced redundancies and ensuring that they have secure employment. And yeah, basically I think I've covered all of the points really, but I think it would be very disappointing if councillors weren't to support the motion, because staff, I think we're here for residents, and residents have spoken, and it's not about just delivering a business case. It's actually about delivering a very strong business case and doing it in a timely fashion, and having a clear path to do that is very important, and one that we all agree upon. I think that the community expects that of us, and they have voted that way, and they want this to be carried forward in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put the Langford-Stamoulis motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have councillors Langford, Lockie, Atkins, Stamoulis, Shetty, De Cruz. And all those against, please raise your hands and keep them raised. Against, I have councillors Drury, Stevens, Scott, Smith, Howard, Sardulius, D'Arienzo and Byrne. That has been defeated. We'll go to the next item, Inner West Labor Policy Platform. Due to a clerical error from myself, this has been tabled as a motion from me, but it is in fact a motion that has been drafted by councillors Howard and Scott. So I will withdraw as the mover if Councillor Howard is willing to replace me.
Yeah, sure. Well, sorry, did you, Philippa, go ahead.
Councillor Howard, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Sure. Yeah, look, thank you very much. This was a policy platform that we really put to the local council elections. It's been drafted over a long period of time, and really reflects the key priority areas that Labor councillors are bringing to this term of council. We think it's important to put it forward because we want to give a clear direction of what the priorities are for us. And as we are working to build the community strategic plan, the operational plan and budget, and the 4-year delivery plan, we wanted to signal to the community and to council staff what kind of priorities we would like to bring to the council. Hence, we're putting this motion forward today.
Thanks, Councillor Howard. I'll just note that there's a little bit of a technical difficulty with your audio, Councillor Howard, if you're speaking to a motion again later in the meeting. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne. Councillors, I am proud to support this motion. This Labor platform represents the most comprehensive attempt to put forward an ambitious, progressive and cohesive agenda for service delivery, economic development and inclusion in local government history. This platform outlines our shared vision to revitalise and support our valued creative and hospitality industries that make up a key part of our economy. It details our unwavering commitment to tackle climate change, to cool and green our city. It commits us to prioritising active transport over traffic and to main streets and open green spaces that are attractive, accessible and dynamic. It puts citizens first when it comes to our service models and acknowledges that while diversity makes us stronger, that is a diversity we will only keep if we commit to a growing and affordable Inner West. Moreover, this platform provides a framework for the budget and strategy that will be needed to support it. However, achieving our goals will be a shared endeavour and require effort and commitment not only from among the elected councillors, but also, and more importantly, with and in consultation with the dedicated staff of the Inner West Council. This motion identifies for staff what those shared priorities are and supports them to take them into consideration when drafting Council's 4-year delivery plan and annual operational plan and budget that will see us achieve our community strategic plan. I commend the motion to Council.
Thanks very much, Councillor Scott. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion? Councillor Shetty?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr.
I've got councillor speaking against the motion. I've got Councillor Shetty, then Councillor Stamos.
I'd just like to express my disappointment in seeing this motion put forward in this way as the Labor policy platform. Although there are many really positive things within this list that I think many of us as a progressive council would absolutely agree with, I think that putting the motion forward as a Labor policy platform is needlessly partisan, it's provocative, and it's not in the spirit of a collaborative council that values the views of all of its elected representatives. I'd like to put forward an amendment, please, if Catherine could please. Oh, sorry, a foreshadowed motion. Apologies. Also still learning the ropes. If Catherine wouldn't mind bringing that up.
I'll ask the minute takers to bring Councillor Shetty's foreshadowed motion to the screen.
So I'd like to note that it is highly irregular for New South Wales councils to be asked to vote on entire political platforms. And I think it's really important that we recognise that the development of the community strategic plan should encourage broad consultation that represents a wide range of views within our community. And as such, it's important that we incorporate the views of all the elected councillors rather than expecting the entire council to endorse the policy platform of one particular party. I'd also just like to note that the upcoming planning and briefing sessions next week with all the elected councillors will inform the preparation of the community strategic plan that we intend to adopt in June 2022. And I'm hopeful that despite this motion being put up, that we will be able to all contribute and have a say in the direction of our community going forward over this term of council. I also think that there's a problem with this as, we understand that policies that are adopted by the council should be reviewed, they should be costed, they should be scrutinised, we should be getting feedback from council staff, and it's important that the elected body has all of this information prior to either endorsing or incorporating these kinds of things into the annual delivery plan, the operational plan and the budget. So that's why I'm moving this foreshadowed motion.
Is there a seconder for the foreshadowed motion?
Yes, I'm seconding that.
Councillor Stamos?
Thank you. I'll speak now.
Please do.
Thank you. Yeah, again, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors, I found this to be a highly irregular motion. It's not something that I think any other councillor in New South Wales would put forward, and certainly others that I've asked have never known of such a motion being put forward, such that all councillors of all political persuasion are asked to vote on an entire political party platform of a given party. That is highly irregular, and I think that's noted there in the motion. The other thing, with almost 70 dot points on the Labor Party platform, it creates a very significant addition to our staff workload. Already the workload is very, very big, and I'm sure that the Labor Party are excited about the outcome of the election. There's no doubt about that, but this places an enormous burden on our staff who are working very hard on our operational plan, our budget, our delivery plan, which are very complex, very heavy workloads already, now being asked to take on this very, very significant additional burden on them. I suppose in final, I'd like to point out to all councillors that there is no entity on this council that received a majority vote from the voters. Certainly the outcome in terms of the number of seats on council, yes, there is certainly a Labor majority, and that's an outcome for the Labor Party. But the highest outcome we actually achieved for any particular entity was 38.6% of the vote. So that leaves, and that was for the Labor Party, 61%. So I'm thinking that in order to work with our community to work with the other councillors, it's wise to acknowledge that that majority vote there was on the basis of 38.6%. So I hope that we'll collaborate and not be asked to vote for a Greens or a Liberal or a Labor or even an independent political party platform. I think it's wise and of greatest common sense that we work together. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'll just seek clarification from the Manager of Governance. Is it a correct interpretation that whilst Councillor Stamoulis and Councillor Shetty have spoken against the primary motion, that they are not able to speak to the foreshadowed motion until the primary motion has been defeated or lapsed?
That's correct. The foreshadowed motion cannot be discussed at all until the original motion has lapsed or lost.
Okay, not of any great import, as we've now had 2 speakers for the motion and 2 speakers against. Yes, Councillor Scott?
As you were, Mayor Byrne.
Further discussion on the primary motion?
Mayor Byrne, I move that we put this motion to a vote. We've had 2 for and 2 against at this point. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Scott has moved that the motion be put. All those in favour of that, please raise your hands and keep them raised. In support, I have Councillors Drury, Stevens, Scott, Howard, Smith, D'Arienzo, Sardulius, and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillors De Cruz, Shetty, Griffiths, Atkins, Langford, Lockie, and Stamoulis. That has been carried. I'll now go to Councillor Howard for his right of reply.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is my audio okay?
It's better.
Okay, sorry, I'm doing my best here. Thank you to the councillors who've made a contribution as well. Again, I just really wanted to reiterate that the intention of this motion is to signal to staff the kinds of priorities we are hoping to put forward as councillors on the council. You know, we really do encourage all those other councillors who were elected to also put forward a progressive policy agenda, to also bring forward the ideas that you know, that speak to their vision and their view of how we can be a better council and better respond to the community. So that is the intention, and that is the spirit with which this motion is moved. It's about putting forward the ideas that we took to an election and that are driving us, you know, and driving our optimism about what kind of council and what kind of progressive council we can be.
Thank you for that, Councillor Howard. I'll now put the Howard Scott motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Sardulius, D'Arienzo, Smith, Howard, Scott, Stevens, Drury, and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Lockie, Langford, Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, De Cruz. That is all. That has been carried. Brings us to the next item, item 15, enhancing democratic participation. Councillor Scott.
Byrne, I wish to move this motion, yes, and speak for the motion, if I may.
Please do.
Mr Mayor, the Inner West has a vast reservoir of untapped community expertise, and it's my firm belief that a revitalised committee structure will allow us to access that talent. What we are hearing from the community is that they would like more opportunities to be heard at council and by councillors as well as staff. We need to make significant efforts to access hard to reach communities with committees that provide information in languages other than English, meet outside hours around shift work and childcare, or are delivered in a flexible and hybrid mode. A review of the committee structure is warranted. By way of background for the proposal that we return to the normal monthly meeting schedule that is contained within the paper, I will just note that that paper also identifies large councils where a monthly meeting is successfully delivering for a community. And I dare say with the collaborative spirit that we've all expressed this evening that we can join them. Labor seeks to allow both staff and councillors more time to consult, more time to be briefed, more time to be active in the community and to work towards solutions, doing the work, and less time meeting in the chamber, talking to one another and preparing reports. I commend the motion to council.
Mayor, may I second the motion?
May, Councillor Drury.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you again, Councillor Scott, for bringing this forward. I think the way in which we make decisions is a fundamentally important thing for us to consider. I think we want to make well-reasoned and well-considered decisions with good community input. And I certainly hope that we can have significant reform of our local democracy groups around key interest areas in our community that can provide us, along with staff advice, and we have some of the greatest local government staff in this state working for us. They can provide us good advice. It's hard for them to provide us good advice if they're rushing the day after a council meeting to prepare a report for the next meeting. If we give them longer to prepare good reports, we get better mechanisms from hearing from our community, then we can make better decisions. And that, councillors, is what good counselling's all about. I'd urge everyone to vote in favour of this motion.
Further discussion, councillors? There's no further discussion. I'll go to Councillor Langford.
I have a foreshadowed motion, which I provided. I'm not sure at which point I raised this, but I'm just
you're able to table it now, but you're not able to speak for it, and it can't be considered officially unless and until the primary motion is defeated or lapses.
Okay.
So if you wish to speak against the primary motion, please do so.
Okay, I'll speak against, thank you. So reducing the amount of meetings to council meetings, 1 per month, is actually reducing the ability of community to have their voices represented by their elected councillors. It's actually shutting down debate, and it's going to actually make council business much more difficult, because it will mean staff will have to wait a lot longer in order to get decisions from council. We already know how difficult it is in terms of being a councillor and having to represent such a large amount of people and try and actually represent all the various interests. So actually reducing that ability is a real problem. Also, I mean, we know that local democracy groups were severely cut under the amalgamated council. They actually lack any real power at the moment to influence the decisions. And I think that residents want much more face-to-face consultation, many more briefings from council. I think they want to see more of their councillors, not less. And if you reduce the meetings to once a month, then it means they don't have as much opportunity to speak, and we don't have as much opportunity to hear from councillors. I think that we know just 4 hours of a month of public meeting across the whole Inner West is just not going to cut it for residents. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Stamalis.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, those councillors, those 5 councillors who were on the previous council know that we experimented for a little while with a move to 1 meeting a month, and it didn't work. In fact, it completely failed. I think it's very, very early and very premature to suggest that we move, given the experience that we've had right up to our very last meeting of last term. Given that experience that we've had, to move back to a single meeting a month, I think shows that we're not understanding the amount of business conducted at this council and the amount of work that is done in debate in the chamber. I would like to propose the following amendment: that council retains its practice of 2 meetings a month. We found also, by moving to 1 meeting a month, we had extraordinary meetings. And these were often unplanned, and they affect the staff more greatly, the unplanned, unscheduled meetings, where they've got to come back the following week or whenever it's time for those meetings, than if we simply schedule 2 meetings a month. Then we all plan around that. We know what's going on, and the staff, I think, would benefit far more.
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order. I don't believe this is in fact an amendment. I believe it is a foreshadowed motion, and we already have one foreshadowed motion on the books, and we're not entitled to have 2 foreshadowed motions on the books.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stamoulis is... Councillor
Can I
Stamoulis...
resume? Yep.
No, you can't resume. Ruling on the point of order. Councillor Stamoulis is speaking against the primary motion. In doing so, he has referenced the fact that he would like to move an amendment that is in fact identical to something contained within the foreshadowed motion, which is directly contradictory to the primary motion. So it is correct to say that it would be a foreshadowed motion. That, however, is redundant because Councillor Stamoulis, one has already been tabled, and Councillor Stamoulis is entitled to continue speaking against the primary motion, and I invite him to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In light of that, I would say in particular to the new councillors, the 10 new councillors, give it some time with the current practice. If we find that it starts to resolve, that is, the workloads become a bit more manageable, then that might be the appropriate time to move to trial 1 meeting a month again. At this particular time, given the flow on of business from the previous council, the way that the previous council has operated, I would suggest that we take our learnings from that and our experience from that and work with that until it's proven different. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stamoulis. So we've now had 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against the motion. Further discussion, councillors?
Mr. Mayor, I propose we put this motion to a vote.
Councillor Scott is moving that the motion be put. There having been 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against, she is within her rights to do so. I'll now put her motion. All those in favour of the motion being put, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Drury, Stevens, Scott, Howard, Smith, D'Arienzo, Sardulius and myself. That is 8. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have councillors Griffiths, Langford, Lockie, Atkins, Shetty, Stamoulis and De Cruz. That has been carried. I will now go to Councillor Scott for her right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor Byrne. I seek to reassure my fellow councillors that as we have all committed to a collaborative spirit and we are progressing nicely through this agenda, we might in fact be able to meet once a month and serve our council, our local council area. Specifically with Justine, Councillor Langford's concerns that this is a way to access community. In noting that the 2 speakers in favour of her demerger motion were from the North Shore and the South Coast, I might suggest that she finds her community on the streets of Newtown and not in the council chamber. I commend the motion to council.
Thank you for that. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors Drury, Scott, Smith, Howard, D'Arienzo, Sardulius, Smith and myself. That is 8. All those against? Against, I have councillors De Cruz, Shetty, Langford, Atkins, Griffiths, Stamoulis and Lockie. That has been carried. Next item, item 16, notice of motion, customer service review.
Mayor Byrne, thank you, Mayor Byrne. I will put this motion to the council. Mayor Byrne, I believe this motion is related to item 14 with regard to a customer service a review and the intersection between what we're hearing from the community. With this motion, I put forward 2 propositions. One, that the community is asking to be heard and taken into account in determining our service models, and that we haven't always done so. And two, that the council is capable of making improvements. Labor understands the importance of local services for local residents and is committed to improving standards of service delivery across our local government area. A review will identify where we can improve delivery, and KPIs will help us get us there. Whether they are related to DA approval, planting trees or verge mowing, what is measured is valued. A citizen service charter will outline comprehensively what our commitments are to our neighbours and will allow them to publicly hold us to those values. I support the motion.
Thank you very much for that.
May I second the motion, and I have nothing to add to the excellent contribution of Councillor Scott.
Well, that in and of itself, of course, is a contribution. Thank you for that, Councillor Drury. Further discussion, councillors? Councillor Shetty?
Yeah, I'd just like to speak to this motion. I think the intention of the motion is excellent, and I thank Councillor Scott for putting it forward. I agree that the issue of dealing with the slower responsiveness between the community and the council is a really important one. I have a couple of concerns around the motion, which is why I am suggesting a couple of amendments if they can be put up. Look, they come off as large amendments, but I just want to have the opportunity to explain them. One of my concerns is that when looking at the subcommittee, so the amendment is with regards to point 2, that the subcommittee comprises councillors, staff and external advice. It doesn't actually have any resident representatives on there, and I think it's important if we're keen to hear the voices of residents with regards to their service.
Accept that amendment. Very happy for Councillor Shetty to include resident representation in the subcommittee. Thank you, Councillor Shetty.
Oh, that's
Thanks,
great.
Councillor Scott.
That's incorporated into the primary motion. Councillor Shetty, did you wish to speak for or against the primary motion?
Yes, so I'm just finishing off my amendments because there was another aspect to them. My other concern is around the predetermined sort of outcomes that have been listed by Councillor Scott. I think there's a lot of merit to many.
Very happy to accept those amendments as well. Thank you so much, Councillor Shetty. They are valuable and appreciated.
Can I just call the meeting to order? I'm a little confused. We've got one amendment before us, which Councillor Scott has already agreed to incorporate. That's point 2, and it's got A and B, so that's already been incorporated in its totality. So okay, is there a separate amendment that hasn't been tabled that you're wishing to speak to, Councillor Shetty?
No, that's fine. It wasn't clear that that the entire amendment was accepted and not just the part about resident representatives. So that's fine.
Okay, we've got consensus there. Further, is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion? If not, I'll go to Councillor Scott for a right of reply.
Waive my right of reply, Mayor Byrne.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I think it's unanimous. Is there any councillor who was against the motion? Councillor Stamoulis has left the meeting, so I'll ask that he be recorded as being absent. And that motion has been carried unanimously, minus his vote. Next item, item 17, expediting the Greenway project. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this motion goes to the importance of getting moving as quickly as we can on the Greenway. As we heard from former Councillor Alex Lofts during the public forum, our community really want us to get on with it. I want to commend the council for the delivery of the project to date. I think council can be very proud of the outcome. However, as we know, much work remains to be done to realise the vision of the Greenway Master Plan. So while the New South Wales Government has now announced the resumption of some services on the Inner West Light Rail, there could still be opportunities for bringing forward works within the light rail corridor. The reality is that there is ongoing uncertainty in relation to some of these services, and changes are very possible still. And so I think council should be ready to take advantage of any and all opportunities that are there now, or which may present themselves over coming months. So given this background, this motion requests that the delivery team review the timeline for the completion of the Greenway project and accelerate where possible planned works. In doing so, I think pressure needs to be kept up on Transport for New South Wales to facilitate these works, noting the major disruption and inconvenience experienced by the Inner West community as a result of the suspension of light rail services. Is
there a seconder for the motion?
Yes, there is, Mayor. Once again, it gives me great pleasure to second a motion, an excellent motion by Councillor Stevens, which does note the great love we have of the Greenway and opportunities, and asking staff to look at opportunities to bring it forward. We know our friends in Macquarie Street are all over the shop in relation to this, and they reckon it was going to take forever to get the thing fixed, and then they think it might be sooner or later, or bless them. Let's just crack on and find out what opportunities we've got. Let's ask the staff to go and do that. Good motion. I think everyone should vote in favour of it.
Is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion?
I wish to speak to the motion. Thanks, Darcy. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, pardon me.
No problem. As you know, I'm not big on formality. Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, so first I'd like to actually ask a question to the officers through you, Mayor.
Please do.
Okay, yep, sorry, yeah. I wanted to ask, what is the potential for expediting works on the Greenway while the light rail services are off?
I just note that that is essentially the question that Councillor Stevens wants addressed in a report. So I presume any response that would be provided, given there is no officer's comment, would need to be quite preliminary, but I'll put that question to the officers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council staff have been discussing this with Transport on a number of occasions. At this stage, we haven't been able to come to an arrangement to bring forward any additional works. I do note also that there's a long lead time on some of the materials that we need for this project.
Okay, Mayor, now I'd just like to make a substantive comment. I think this is actually replicating work which was put to council in November last year through a Mayoral Minute, and we've had some confirmation that Mayoral Minute was actioned, and that actually the ability for council to expedite Greenway works was investigated, and it was found that there was little that could be done. So I prepared a foreshadowed motion noting that previous Mayoral Minute which asked for construction to be expedited, and also make some suggestions around the current situation of the light rail. In particular, I draw councillors' attention to the recent media coverage that services.
I'm sorry to Councillor Griffiths, I'm sorry to call you to order, but as has been articulated by the officers tonight, you are able to speak against the primary motion. You are not able to speak to a foreshadowed motion unless the primary motion is defeated or lapses. And I've yet to be able to determine as to whether you are speaking against the primary motion, but I have asked whether anybody is, and no one has indicated that they are. So I'll ask you to restrict your comments to the reason that you are for or against the primary motion.
Yeah, I am concerned about the primary motion because it's replicating work which council has already done, and as people have expressed tonight, that's something that councillors did not have aptitude for. And yeah, I think there's actually, the situation's changed, and now we should be concentrating on actually getting the light rail fully up to speed and making sure that there's buses there to accommodate all residents despite the reduced services.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Griffiths. Further discussion, councillors? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the primary motion? No? So we've had two speakers for and no one is speaking against. Is there anyone who wishes to...
Sorry, I was going to speak, Councillor Byrne. I'm having issues with my Zoom.
And are you speaking against the primary motion, Councillor Lockie?
Yeah, look, with reluctance, only in the same vein as Councillor Griffiths, there is a standing resolution of council that called essentially for exactly this from November last year. Essentially, that was from the Mayoral Minute, and what that called for was that for council to immediately investigate opportunities to bring forward planned in-corridor Greenway works and the City West cycle line between the Greenway and the Anzac Bridge, which is obviously, given that that was passed some time ago, that is why I believe staff have been working on it up to this point. So it's not that I take any issue with it. I just think it's redundant at this point. And those discussions, I believe, are continuing as well, because the light rail obviously is resuming, but at a reduced service, and staff, of course, are continually liaising with Transport for New South Wales. It's a project that is going along the railway corridor, so of course they have to, and they're always looking for opportunities to expedite works and to get some additional value out of the project for our community. So that's my only concern, is that I don't, as much as it's great to see a renewed, and commitment from everybody, and including all new councillors, towards getting this project delivered as quickly as possible, I think it is important that the motions that we consider at council do actually move things forward, rather than relitigating decisions that have already been made. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Lockie. I'll speak very briefly in support of the motion. The truth is that we're in quite a dynamic situation in relation to the Greenway and the light rail. There's a lot going on. We've been told that services may resume this Saturday. I'm sure that they will in some form, with trains that we were previously told were unsafe to run on the Inner West line. They'll be resuming in a very limited way, and my understanding is will run quite slowly. Because of the previously adopted resolutions of council at the end of last year in regards to the light rail, but not specifically in relation to or predominantly in relation to the Greenway, I've sought advice from council officers since our election about how that has been progressed. And I've yet to be provided with any information. It's not a criticism in any way at all. I don't believe that it has been progressed in terms of the expediting of the Greenway works. That's a function of the New South Wales government. In fact, all of the delays to the Greenway are the doing of the New South Wales government. It's been very frustrating in the last term to have multiple state government agencies refusing to give their concurrence and continually delaying approvals for each segment of work, when it's actually something that the state government themselves have funded in conjunction with the Inner West Council. So a motion that perhaps restates our commitment to the Greenway project and our intention to explore all avenues to expedite the works during the disruption to the light rail it is not problematic at all. We need to put this on the agenda of the council right at the start of this term. And I think it's obvious that there will be ongoing disruptions to the light rail throughout this year. And we need to explore every possible avenue to get community benefit out of the difficulties that we're currently being confronted with. And to be really honest about it, it needs to be taken out of the officer level realm and into the political realm a little bit more often, in my view, in this term of council. It was an issue in the last term that on issues like the Greenway, WestConnex, various big state government infrastructure projects, we would often attend briefings and discover and be informed by the agency representatives that they'd been talking to the council at length for an extended period of time about that particular project. And that was something that the elected representatives weren't aware of. So I think Councillor Stevens' motion, whilst it may well be complementary to the previous adopted motions of council, does put this back on the agenda, and we should be pursuing it urgently. I'm strongly in support. We've now had 3 speakers in support and 2 speakers against the motion. Councillor Scott?
Mayor Byrne, with that, I propose we put this motion to a vote.
Okay, Councillor Scott has moved that the motion be put. We've had 3 speakers for, 2 speakers against, so that meets the requirement. So I'll now put that. All those in favour of the motion being put, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Drury, Stevens, Scott, Smith, Howard, D'Arienzo, Sardulius, and myself. That is 8. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, we have Councillors De Cruz, Shetty, Stamoulis, Griffiths, Lockie, Langford, and Atkins. That has been carried. I'll now go to Councillor Stevens for his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to begin by thanking Councillors Griffiths and Lockie for their contributions, and just to reiterate that this motion in no way, shape or form seeks to undermine or undo the good work of the previous council, and is really trying to do exactly what the Mayor indicated that we should be doing, which is raising the political profile of this signature project for Inner West Council, and to keep it on the agenda as much as we possibly can, and to take whatever opportunities that might arise in a frankly continually changing environment.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion, the Stevens-Drury motion. All those in favour? In support, I have Councillors Lockie and Griffiths. Okay. Atkins, Stevens, Drury, Stamoulis, Scott, Shetty, Smith, De Cruz, Howard. Okay, I think that's unanimous. Is there anyone who's against the motion? No, that has been carried. We'll move on to the next item. That is item 18, City Westlink and Waratah Street. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, this motion largely speaks for itself. This intersection at the City West Link at the end of Waratah Street in Haberfield, not far from me, is a danger. It's a danger to pedestrians and cyclists. There have been several incidents involving this intersection. Something needs to be done as a matter of urgency. And the proposal is that the phasing of the lights there for pedestrians, that it moves to a single stage or single phase crossing to avoid pedestrians and cyclists sitting in a traffic island and being vulnerable to large volumes of fast moving traffic.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Howard?
I can second.
I had Councillor Howard. Do you wish to speak to it?
Just briefly, I'll turn off my video. I'm in the Bermuda Triangle, that is North America when it comes to the internet. Look, thank you, Councillor Stevens, for bringing this important motion to the chamber. Look, this is far from the Marrickville ward in terms of its location, but I'm eager to second the motion because, you know, I'm passionate about infrastructure for people who ride or walk, and because there's an important principle here at play in this matter that's important for communities across the Inner West. Too often, the infrastructure people need to ride or walk is left in the wake of big state road projects, or new infrastructure is just bolted onto roads and infrastructure without thought for how it's going to be used or how it might impact people. This particular issue on the City West Link and Waratah Street is no different. What was once a single-phase crossing for pedestrians and cyclists has become a two-phase death trap, with cyclists and pedestrians left to fend for themselves in the middle of a notoriously busy road with inadequate storage. We all know that this change was made for one reason and one reason alone, and that's to make it easier for motorists to get in and out of the WestConnex tunnels. Transport for New South Wales has obviously proposed an overhead bridge as part of a suite of road network changes that on the whole continue to deprioritise local access for our suburbs. And I am concerned that that proposal for a pedestrian bridge may have been caught up in, you know, a suite of measures that was really opposed by the local community. You know, any bridge is likely to be years away, and there's a simple solution that we can put in place now that's going to improve safety, and that is to revert to a single stage crossing. You know, again, I thank Councillor Stevens for bringing this forward. I thank the Inner West Bicycle Coalition for their strong advocacy and all those residents that have brought this matter. I fully support the motion, and I encourage other councillors to do so too.
Thanks, Councillor Howard.
Can I move the amendment?
Councillor De Cruz is seeking to move an amendment.
If Catherine will put it up. Yeah, I thank Councillor Stevens for bringing this to the meeting or the agenda. Certainly, it's a bad intersection, and the idea of enabling pedestrians and cyclists to do the crossing in one stretch is quite an interesting one, because it's a very, very wide road at that point. But I would also like the council to note that a request was made at the Traffic Committee meeting on the 18th of October And
yeah, I'm happy to accept that amendment, Councillor de Cruz.
Okay,
thank you for that.
you.
That's incorporated. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
Sorry, can I just ask a question of the officers?
Yes, Councillor de Cruz.
I think I sent in an email, but I didn't get a reply. I just wondered if there was any update on this, on that from Transport for New South Wales about that pedestrian refuge being fixed, because this is quite a long time ago.
Put that question to the officers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have been in contact with Transport about this matter, but to date we've not had a substantive response to this matter.
Thank you for that. Now, I'll just clarify, does anyone wish to speak against the motion? No? Does anyone wish to amend it? No? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion without amending it or opposing it? Councillor Shetty.
May I just speak briefly to this one?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councillor Stevens for putting this forward. As Councillor Howard said, it's very important that Council can focus on improving the safety for cyclists and pedestrians. I know that particularly with all of the works for the City West Link, we have had several very poor decisions being made by the state government that have really significantly impacted the road safety of all the pedestrians and cyclists who live in our community. And I'm very appreciative that you've brought this motion forward, and I hope that we can get some changes so that we can have some better safety at this particular intersection. And just want to note that there are several other intersections that we're also dealing with really problematic and dangerous decisions that have been made that have put the safety of our pedestrians and cyclists at risk. So thank you for putting this forward. I'm very supportive.
Thank you for that. If there's no further discussion, I'll go to Councillor Stevens for a right of reply.
Well, I just want to thank Councillors Howard, de Cruz and Shetty for their contributions and support for the motion, and also just noting the important role of Neil Tonkin, the Inner West Bicycle Coalition, who brought this to our attention, and also to a number of Haberfield residents who've been in touch.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? I presume that's unanimous. All those against? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting against the motion? I declare that carried unanimously, and I'll just provide a brief comment to say that I think we're doing really well in getting through the business. The General Manager and myself were not convinced with such a big agenda that we were going to be able to. I don't want to invite the jinx by saying that we will, but this is we are progressing very well, and I thank everyone for their collegiality. Next item, item 19, FOGO food recycling. Councillor Howard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm proud and excited to move this motion on behalf of the Labor team and on behalf of the many, many residents who've advocated for an expansion of food recycling across the Inner West. Inner West residents, as we all know, are passionate about our local environment, and they want to do so much more to reduce the amount of waste we create and send to landfill. I think one of the most important things that our council can do is to empower residents and households to do just that. Food scraps make up around 40% of the average household bin in Australia. And when those food scraps go to landfill, they produce toxic leachate, greenhouse gases. As councillors know, recycling food scraps, on the other hand, generates green energy that is fed back to the grid or turns scraps into compost. Transforming our waste management system to incorporate food recycling takes community will, hard work, and bold leadership. Luckily, here in the Inner West, we have all three in spades. I want to acknowledge and thank the council staff who've driven food organics recycling in the Inner West over the past few years. Thanks to their expertise and their extraordinary work, 22,673 units across the LGA currently recycle food waste. We're still awaiting an audit of the food waste recycling program currently available to units, but I'm told council staff expect the total food percentage of food waste in the average garbage bin to have fallen to below 37%. Contamination rates are far below 5%. It's clear that residents are excited about food recycling and they want it to work. This motion seeks to set a bold and clear objective for the Inner West Council, that we will make this service available to all households in the current term of council. That will give every resident the ability to reduce the amount of food waste they send to landfill. Importantly, it also calls on an update for how the expansion of food recycling will be included in the next council budget. so that residents can have the confidence that progress is being made towards this right now. Not only that, but it seeks a report on discussions, how the discussions through SSOS Rock are progressing to establish a food transfer station, hopefully in the Inner West, which could give us the opportunity to increase capacity for food recycling beyond our own council borders and to potentially generate revenue for our council. We have an opportunity here tonight, councillors, to exercise the progressive leadership we all want to, and to help Inner Westies do what we do best, to make positive, transformative change right here in our own backyards that is good for the whole planet. I commend the motion to you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes,
Councillor
there
Atkins?
is, Councillor Atkins.
Oh, excellent. Please proceed, Councillor. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, I do, please. I welcome this motion. Our residents are clearly enthusiastic and want FOGO expanded from apartment buildings to all residents as soon as we can do that. This will be a great addition to the Inner West recycling services and result in a significant redirection of waste away from landfill. As far as I'm aware, though, Council has already made the decision to expand FOGO service to all homes in the Inner West in a timeframe falling within this term of Council. So I'd like to amend the motion to note the previous decision on this, if Catherine could put the amendment up. Thank staff for their work and put a timeframe on the report to Council. I'm happy to take advice from staff through the General Manager as to whether April is the appropriate timeframe for a report. Thank you.
So I'm a little bit confused. Not necessarily confused. Probably the easiest thing to do is just to ask Councillor. There's no problem with Councillor Atkins being the seconder for the motion and separately moving an amendment or amendments. So I'll ask Councillor Howard to consider whether he wishes to incorporate those amendments, in which case there's no need to debate them. If not, I'll need to ask whether there is a seconder for the amendment, which we can then debate. Councillor Howard?
I'm happy to accept the amendments. I wonder whether Councillor Atkins would accept for the second point in the amendment, that's something around that Council is recommitting to provide FOGO to every home in the Inner West.
Can I just provide one point of clarification on that? Because I was the mover. I think with Councillor Drury, I think that Councillor Atkins is referring to, we've incorporated it as a goal into the community strategic plan. That is separate to adopting it as part of the delivery program or funding it or implementing it or having a plan for how it will be implemented. So I'm being a bit pedantic there, but just for clarification so that everybody's aware, I don't see that there's any problem with the motion as it stands. So I'm just asking that Councillor Howard and Councillor Atkins, it'd be good not to have a half-hour debate about something if you guys are agreed. So can I clarify whether you are?
I think we're agreed.
Councillor Atkins, would you accept, that Council recommits to provide FOGO to every home?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, and I incorporate the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Atkins.
Okay, that's great. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion? No? I'll go to Councillor Howard for his right of reply.
Yeah, just very briefly, just thank you, Councillor Atkins, for seconding that. And again, thank you for councillors for their support. I'm so grateful that there's broad support for this in the chamber. So many residents did speak to me, during the election campaign, and it's just the enthusiasm from residents about food recycling is really inspiring. I know local residents want to make a real difference, and our local council has a responsibility to help empower residents to do that by putting the infrastructure in place that will make that change occur. I think it is important that as a new council, we are again setting a clear direction and giving the community confidence that this is something we're passionate about, that this is part of the bold vision we want to set for the Inner West. And that's why it's really important that we brought this motion to the council meeting, the first council meeting.
Thank you for that. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? It seems unanimous. Is there any councillor who wishes to be recorded as voting against the motion? No, that's carried unanimously. Excellent. Next item, item 20, community festivals. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, this motion has been moved in context of the devastating impact that COVID has had and continues to have on our arts and culture sector, and recognition that this impact will be long-lasting. In the last week alone, we've seen iconic Sydney venues, including the Lansdowne Hotel, Giant Dwarf Theatre and the old 505 Theatre in Newtown, all close their doors. The impact that the loss of performance venues like these will have on arts and culture can't be measured. The Inner West Council's Community Strategic Plan estimates that 8.8% of the Inner West population is employed in the arts and culture sector, but we know that the industry also supports hundreds, if not thousands, more jobs indirectly, most obviously in our local hospitality venues, our restaurants, pubs and bars, which audiences flock to before and after shows. So we know that when our arts and culture sector suffers, so too does our local economy beyond that. We have to be mindful that COVID has changed the way that audiences want to enjoy performances. Despite enjoying high vaccination rates here in New South Wales, we know that many people continue to understandably be reluctant to risk large indoor gatherings such as at theatres, clubs, traditional venues, due to the risks of infection or becoming a close contact. So we need to create performance venues that are safe for audiences and performers alike. The health advice tells us that the risk of transmission and infection of COVID is vastly reduced when events are held outdoors. I do want to acknowledge the work that has been done by council staff so far for Inner West Fest to be held over February to April this year. This is a really great initiative of council to support arts and culture and the events that were cancelled last year due to COVID. But there is a need for ongoing support for different types of events, including outdoor events, and also for events that are free and widely accessible to the whole community. The Saint Anne Moray Music Festival is a great example of a majority outdoor festival that provides this safe performance space and will also drive foot traffic back to our main streets and support our local venues and our local economy. From speaking to organisers and staff, it's clear that the 2019 Saint Anne Moray Festival was not only hugely successful, but also impressively cost efficient. And festival organisers and staff were able to utilise high streets, public squares, even the schoolyard at Stanmore Public School to host live music performances. After 2 unfortunate years of COVID cancellations, it's beyond time to bring Saint Anne Moray back to our streets and suburbs this November. And with the organisers' support, we're very excited to have council support to expand the festival across all 5 wards of the LGA, and also the benefits that it will bring to our main streets and our local economy, and provide free and safe entertainment to a COVID-weary community who I think we can agree is looking for opportunities to enjoy themselves. In the same vein, this motion also calls for the establishment of outdoor film screenings to be held as soon as possible in line with the health advice, with the ambition eventually to establish an Inner West Film Festival, an outdoor Inner West Film Festival in partnership with local cinemas, theatres and filmmakers.
Councillor, I ask you to conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, councillors, this motion is practical. It seeks to be COVID safe, and it will do a lot to support both our arts and culture sector and our local economies more broadly. And I look forward to council's support.
Councillor D'Arienzo.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Thank you for your comprehensive motion, Councillor Smith. I'd just like to add my support for this motion and would like to speak briefly. I believe that we must do what we can to support the recovery and revitalisation of our community. We are committed to supporting our local arts and entertainment industries and recover from them being decimated from COVID. Making use of our great parks and outdoor areas to hold festivals, film screenings, live events is a wonderful opportunity to bring together our community in a fun and safe way. Thank you for your work on this, Councillor Smith.
Thanks very much, Councillor D'Arienzo. Further discussion, councillors? I'll just check. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the motion?
I'm not against, but for with amendments.
Okay, Councillor Atkins.
Perhaps Catherine could put my amendments up. As a member of Riff Raff Radical Marching Band, as I already mentioned, I took part in the first St Anne Moray Festival, as evidenced in a photo used as part of another councillor's social media election campaign. It was always intended that St Anne Moray be an annual event, but sadly COVID intervened. So I'm really pleased to see that it will be back on this year. And my understanding is that that's already budgeted for. As to the idea of expanding St Anne Moray across the LGA, I know that the original intention of the organisers was for something like the European Midsummer Weekend Music Festival, where there is live music in every little plaza, and it's amazing to wander the towns and find free performances of many different types of music. But the Inner West isn't built like Europe, and we need more information to decide whether St Anne Moray or a similar festival can actually take place across the LGA. Calling on staff to commence immediate planning work to expand the festival is getting ahead of ourselves, I believe. We need to understand what that would cost, the council resources required to make it happen, whether other wards want a similar festival, and whether there would be an impact on other regular festivals and cultural events across the LGA. The same with the proposal for the Inner West Film Festival. We need more detail of what this means, what it entails, and the financial and other resources required. My amendments call for reports and consultation to enable council to make informed decisions about the best way to revive our cultural life in a COVID-safe way. Thank you.
I'm still not viewing those amendments, Councillor Atkins. So just for clarity, can I ask the minute takers to bring them on the screen so that we can all view them? And then could you please articulate how they would amend the primary motion?
Mr. Mayor, the amendments are on the screen. Can you not see them?
I can see them now. So could I just ask Councillor Atkins, as you haven't addressed this in your comments, what are the points that you are seeking to amend, the specific wording?
Yep, I'm just bringing up my own document where I have them. So the amendments would delete the current clause 5, noting the intention, would amend current clause 6 to note that St Anne Moray is already proposed to proceed in November 2022 in a COVID-safe manner. That would replace the current clause 5, Then clause 6 will be amended to read...
Sorry, Councillor Atkins, I'm not meaning to be a pedant, but so how would the wording of clause 5 change?
It would read, notes that St Anne Moray is already proposed to proceed in November 2022 in a COVID-safe manner and is included in the 2022-23 budget.
I don't see that there's any substantive difference between that and the current clause 5, except to note that there is funding in the 2022-2023 budget, and that can't be true because it hasn't been adopted.
You haven't adopted it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, that amendment is withdrawn.
Fine, I withdraw that.
Okay, could you talk us through the next one?
Yeah.
Point of order. I think the councillor is allowed to speak without being interrupted by other councillors.
Sorry, Councillor De Cruz, what clause of the Code of Meeting Practice are you referring to in your point of order?
10.29.
Sorry. Councillor Griffiths, if you could discontinue from interjecting. I'm seeking just simply to understand what the nature of the amendments are. We've gone through one of them so far and determined that it wasn't an amendment. I'm very happy. I'm sorry if I'm interfering and taking too long, but the entire purpose is to get clarity about what we're voting on, if there's an amendment, or whether it can be incorporated into the primary motion.
Yep. So I would like to amend clause 6 so that instead of reading commences immediate planning work, it would read seeks a report from council staff about the funding and resources necessary to support festivals similar to St Anne Moray across all 5 wards.
Got that? Yeah. At the risk of having a point of order moved, Councillor Smith, do you just want to, you don't have to answer now, but want to have a think about whether you want to agree to that amendment or not?
I won't be agreeing to that amendment, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Smith.
I won't be agreeing to that amendment, Chair.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. And Councillor Atkins, the next amendment?
The end of that proposed amendment, at the end of that clause would be including an analysis of the effect of this expansion on currently resourced festivals and events across the Inner West. The next amendment is to insert a new clause after clause 6, consult the community across the LGA about the types of festivals they would like to see in their ward. And clause 9 would be amended to delete commences immediate planning work, and read seeks a report from staff about support and budget for an Inner West Film Festival.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just seek clarification from the Manager of Governance as to whether each of those amendments need to be considered separately or whether they can be debated as one.
My apologies. I've come in on the back end of this conversation. I got evacuated. If there's one motion, on the table, it has to be moved and dealt with on its own. If it's a question in relation to whether or not the mover of the substantive motion can accept parts of a motion, well, that will only be with the acceptance of the mover of the amendment that they agree in totality to accept those aspects and then withdraw the rest. Apologies if that wasn't the question.
I'm still a bit unclear. I'd really like to avoid spending the next 45 minutes debating 3 different amendments if that can be the case. So is there any problem with simply dealing with the closely related things that Councillor Atkins has proposed as amendments as one?
If they're all from Councillor Atkins, I don't see any issue to not discuss them as one.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Is there a seconder for, now Councillor Atkins has spoken to the amendments. Is there a seconder for her amendments? Councillor Griffiths, to speak to it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I guess one of my concerns about the motion, even though I really do agree with, in principle, I want more live music in our streets. And I think, I actually haven't been to St. Moray, and I think it sounds excellent and it could be perhaps great. I do notice though that the name is like Stanmore, and the idea of having the Stanmore Festival, unless I've misread the intent of that name, but the idea of having the Stanmore Festival in Dulwich Hill or in Summer Hill seems a bit weird. So I think perhaps maybe just a bit more consideration to have similar festivals, but maybe not the same one, might be a better approach. And I'm also a little bit concerned about how this might impact.
Councillor Griffiths, I just call you to order. I'm sorry, but you're speaking to the Atkins amendments. You're the seconder of them, none of which involve changing the name. I'd be happy to address the issue that you raised, but it's not relevant to the amendment.
Okay, I think it is because it says similar in point 6, similar to St. Moray. But anyway,
Councillor Atkins in no way referenced a change of name in her amendment. We could go down so I'm ruling that it's not relevant and ask you to continue. You can move a motion of dissent if you choose, but getting really down into pedantry then, aren't we?
Yeah, no, let's not go there, Mr. Mayor. So the other reason I do like Councillor Atkins' amendments is because I am concerned about how this could potentially impact some of these festivals that we've been talking about bringing back in terms of budgetary and staff capacity. For instance, the Carnival of Cultures is one thing that Councillor has sought to return back to the Inner West. And there's also all these festivals that we've been running, which haven't run since the pandemic. The Dulwich Hill Festival, the Summer Hill Festival. So I would like some more information about actually how a commitment to expand a particular festival into all wards might affect some of those ones that we've had previously.
Thank you. I'll just speak briefly against the amendments, and in doing so, I will just articulate some of the background that I'm sure many people are aware of, but which addresses some of the issues that have been raised in through the amendment and the speakers to those amendments. Richard Gill passed away a number of years ago. We'll all be familiar with what an outstanding Australian he was, how important he was as a music educator, musician, and Inner West citizen. At that time, one of his allies wrote an opinion piece in the Sydney Morning Herald about how he had desperately tried to establish a festival such as this through the Marrickville Council and had hit bureaucratic hurdles. And so myself and then Councillor York worked closely with Richard Gill's family and with Simon Chapman and the Stanmore community to try to establish the St. Anne-More Festival, as they chose to name it. It was deliberately and specifically a festival to honour the late Richard Gill. It was enormously successful. In the preparation of this policy prior to the election, I consulted with the organisers, as did Councillor Smith. They indicated that they were very keen and determined to re-establish the event in 2022. and that they would be very happy to assist other local groups in expanding such a festival into their local neighbourhoods. Wouldn't necessarily need to be called St Anne Moore, could be called anything else. We don't want to limit people's creativity. So I don't think that that is an issue of substance. There is an issue about the reporting that Councillor Atkins has referred to, but to my mind, that is addressed by Councillor Smith's motion. No one is suggesting that this wouldn't be reported back to council. By definition, it would be, but it's a deliberate motion to say this is a priority to reinstitute this and to expand it. And so I don't think anyone could argue that the wording of the primary motion indicates that we wouldn't receive a report. Obviously, if there was funding needing to be adopted during the budget, through the budget, that in and of itself would have to be considered at council. I commend Councillor Smith for having the gumption and determination to propose a way forward rather than sort of going around in circles. And it'd be good if we could make a decision and get on with it and give it some impetus and momentum.
Mayor Byrne, may we put this motion to a vote, please? We've heard 2 for and 2 against. Now yourself and Councillor Smith have spoken against.
Okay, that's true. The requirements have been met. So I'll now put Councillor Scott's motion that the amendment be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors D'Arienzo, Drury, Smith, Scott, Howard, Griffiths, Sardulius, and myself. That is 9. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Lockie, Atkins, Shetty, De Cruz. Sorry, I left Councillor Stevens off of the councillors in favour of putting the motion. And Stamoulis, that has been carried. I'll now go to the mover of the motion, Councillor Smith, for her right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, while I appreciate the interest of some of my fellow councillors for fiscal responsibility, I will reiterate, as I said while I was moving the motion, that St Anne Moray was incredibly cost efficient to run. I know from speaking to the organisers and to the staff who were involved in 2019 that it was very cost efficient. And while the cost would obviously increase if we were to expand it across all 5 wards of the LGA, I think that the benefit that it will bring, not just to our local economies and businesses, but also just the joy it will bring to the community who has had a pretty crap 2 years of COVID and a lot of events being cancelled and a lot of lost opportunities to enjoy live music and performances will be worth it. I'll also note that the essence of the motion, the intent of the motion was to provide immediate support and ongoing support. I think changing the essence of this motion to provide reports back to council undermines that. So I think it is really fantastic that we've reached an outcome that will have council staff commence immediate planning in line with festival organisers to bring both St Anne Moray Music Festival and the outdoor film screenings and eventual film festival going immediately. I think time is of the essence, and I'm really looking forward to getting started on this with the community and council staff.
Sorry, point of order.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
Did we vote on the amendments? I think we voted on the procedural motion to put the amendments, but I don't think we actually voted on the amendments.
No, you've got that right. Thanks for bringing that to my attention, Councillor Lockie. So we'll need to, we won't need to recommit anything because we've merely heard Councillor Smith's right of reply, which won't need to be made twice. So I will put the Atkins-Griffiths amendments. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Lockie, Atkins, Griffiths, Shetty, De Cruz, Stamoulis and Langford. All those against? Against, I have Councillors Sardulius, Howard, Scott, Stevens, Smith, Drury, and myself. That has been defeated. We've had Councillor Smith's right of reply. I'll now put the primary motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Lockie, Atkins, D'Arienzo, Griffiths, Drury, Smith, Shetty, Scott, Stevens, Howard, De Cruz, Stamoulis, Sardulius and Langford. That's unanimous. That is carried. Next item, item 21, Tree Development Control Plan. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be quick. Look, this motion seeks to achieve three things. Firstly, to honour the commitment made during the last term of council, which amended the 4-year operating plan to commit no less than $2 million to tree planting per year every year. Secondly, to provide in principle support to council officers' amendments to the tree DCP, which is due for review in this term of council, recognising the importance of this plan to the community and the work of council. And thirdly, to establish a trial of microforest plantings across the LGA. We know the many benefits that tree plantings provide to our suburbs from an environmental perspective, a health perspective, and they beautify our streetscapes as well. We've seen incredible work done in this area over the last 2 years, thanks to Council's record commitment of $5 million towards tree planting, and we've seen more than 4,000 new trees planted across the LGA between 2020 and 2022. This shouldn't be a one-off, but rather an ongoing commitment to tree planting and growing our canopy, and I'm very proud of the substantial financial commitment to tree planting that we are moving in this motion at our very first council meeting. Secondly, on the establishment of a trial of microforests across the LGA, for those who might be unfamiliar with the concept, microforests are urban vegetation projects which create small but dense plantings of different species of native trees, utilising urban environments such as parks, schoolyards, along roads and rail corridors. They don't take up a lot of space, so they are perfect for densely populated areas like the inner west. Evidence suggests that these miniature forests grow faster, become denser and far more biodiverse than traditional tree plantings, and could store 40 times more carbon than single species plantations. And there's also evidence that they regenerate land faster as well. City of Sydney last year began a number of trials of microforests to help reinvigorate the CBD using their streets and lanes. These forests are also increasingly popular across Canberra and internationally have had great success in reducing the urban heat island effect across Europe and Asia as well. The Inner West is an ideal candidate for this trial, and I look forward to the support of councillors for the trial, which will complement the other tree planting commitments as outlined previously. Thank you.
Mayor, may I second this and congratulate Councillor Smith, who knows a hell of a lot more about this than I do. Her passion and her commitment to take on this issue, to take on the issue of tree planting, to clean up the hiccups that we've got in the development control plan, and to have a crack at the microforests, I think is just a splendid contribution to make at your first council meeting. It is a contribution of real substance and should be supported by everyone.
Thanks very much, Councillor Drury. Is there any councillor who wishes to speak against the motion?
Councillor Byrne.
Councillor Lockie.
Thank you. Look, I do want to thank Councillor Smith for bringing this issue to our first council meeting. The tree management DCP has obviously been an issue that has caused, hard to find the right word, let's just say, issues over the last few years. And so to that end, the reason I'm speaking against this is because we do have a standard, again, a resolution of council that has called for a report to come back on much of this tree management DCP, the review and the reform, in a more comprehensive way than is, I think, captured by the final point of Councillor Smith's motion. Essentially, what that previous resolution of council looked to do was look not only at those very serious legal issues that have been created by the existing tree management DCP, but to also look at the very serious problems that were caused by the implementation of that tree DCP, particularly the fact that since the introduction of that, the changes in those controls, we saw a massive increase in the amount of tree removal applications that came through to council. We all received a briefing from staff over the last week or so where we were told that those applications had doubled and had more than doubled and have, and that's part of the report we will be receiving back as to has they stayed there, what has happened to those numbers, are we continuing to see those losses, What we do know is that even with the very substantial and excellent public tree plantings that have been carried out throughout the inner west, that substantial loss of trees on private land has caused a net loss of 14 hectares across the inner west the last time this came to council. So I do think we need to consider, whilst I'm absolutely in favour of making sure that council does have a policy that complies with our legislative requirements, I don't believe we can consider that in isolation, and that's never been the intention. And that report was due to come this month. I suspect it'll come next month. Now, the other elements, the microforests and the public tree plantings and increasing the budgets, those, yes, excellent, definitely something we should be investigating and pursuing wherever possible. I do note that they sit outside of the tree management DCP, which of course only applies to controls for tree management on private land, and microforests and other tree plantings happen on council-owned or public land. What I will be doing is tabling a foreshadowed motion, which Catherine can bring up on the screen. I won't speak to it, obviously, because we have this, but it'll aim to capture the good things about this motion, as well as address the fact that we are waiting for a report to make a more fully informed decision about the existing tree management DCP. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Lockie has spoken against the motion. Councillors Smith and Drury have spoken in support. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against the motion? Councillor Atkins?
Yes, I'd like to support Councillor Lockie in noting that the results of the current tree development control plan, the loss of tree canopy on private land and net across the whole LGA. I agree with Councillor Lockie that we need to wait for the report on the development control plan. While I note that Councillor Smith has asked us to support in principle the amendments recommended by staff previously, my understanding is that those amendments relate to the legal issues with the development control plan and not necessarily the issues that have resulted in the enormous loss of tree canopy in the LGA. So I support Councillor Lockie's words and speak against this development.
Mayor Byrne, move we put this to a vote, please.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Scott. There having been 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against, I'll now put Councillor Scott's motion that the motion be put. All those in favour, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors Sardoulius, Howard, Stevens, Scott, D'Arienzo, Drury, Smith and myself. All those against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillors Lockie, Atkins, Shetty. Councillor De Cruz has not raised her hand. Councillor Stamoulis, Councillor Langford. Councillor De Cruz is now waving her hand, and Councillor Griffiths appears to have left the meeting. That has been carried. I'll now go to Councillor Smith for her right of reply.
I'll waive my right of reply, Mayor.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the Smith-Drury motion, please raise your hands. In support, I have Councillors D'Arienzo, Drury, Smith, Stevens, Scott, Howard, Sardoulius, Stamoulis, and myself. All those against? Against, I have Councillors De Cruz. Councillor Shetty, are you for or against the motion? Against. Lockie, Atkins. Councillor Griffiths, are you for or against the motion?
I'm against.
Okay, if you could raise your hand, thank you. That has been carried. Which brings us to the, I think what will end up being, so we're now to committee of, the local environment plan. The last notice of motion for the evening prior to dealing with the matters in confidential session. That is item 22, local environment plan, and the mover is the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Noting the time, I'll be quick. I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking the council staff for their work on progressing the draft Consolidated Inner West Local Environmental Plan, the LEP. I note that the draft was adopted by council in March 2020 and awaits gazettal from the Department of Planning. The LEP is not just about zoning and land use, it is the mechanism to plan for our future community and environment and protect what makes our community unique. Finalising the LEP gives us the opportunity to consider ways to nurture our creative community arts and culture, expand our green space and natural environment, deliver our active transport links, retain and protect our heritage and unique character, and promote design excellence for new development. With these objectives in mind, we can put people first and support planning that is fair, transparent, and driven by community need. The LEP is developed with heavy reliance on other instruments, reports, and studies. We have our local strategic planning statement titled Our Place Inner West. And we also have place-based and heritage studies that will be considered and inform the LEP. So my motion calls on these to be published when they are ready so we can commence community consultation. The second and third point of my motion aims to ensure, as we move to finalise our consolidated LEP, that we balance meeting our statutory deadlines with ensuring that we allocate sufficient time for comprehensive and robust consultation with our community and our community groups. It's a process that must not be rushed. I accept that the words or the acronyms LEP, DCP, LSPS, all these planning instruments and acronyms on exhibition does not necessarily ignite the same level of passion and excitement as perhaps other groundbreaking council projects. However, we know that engaging our community and bringing everyone along with us and promoting active participation will serve us all. So we all need the chance to shape our community, and I hope we can look at a range of engagement activities and strategies that are suitable and can reach all corners of our LGA. I ask for your support for this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths as a seconder.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know how to follow on from that. I think the Deputy Mayor has summed it up very well. I'm happy to second this proposal, as I think it would allow for a more grassroots participation into some of our planning documents. And I think it's great to have a transparency on things like our place-based and heritage studies, which inform the local environment plan. I think it's really positive for places across the Inner West to find out what residents think and to make sure that they have access to sufficient information.
Thank you for that. Are there any councillors who wish to speak against the motion? If not,
Councillor Byrne.
Mayor Byrne, if there are no councillors to speak against the motion, the mover of the motion has spoken in favour of the motion, and if there are none against the motion, I propose that we put the motion to a vote.
Sorry, I hadn't even, I was in the middle
of... I just called the meeting to order. Sorry, Councillor Lockie, if you could stop interjecting. Just because Councillor Scott's procedural motion was moved simultaneously with Councillor Lockie's attempt to get my attention to be able to possibly ask a question. I'll go to Councillor Lockie first before coming back to Councillor Scott for the procedural motion.
Thank you. Got to be quick.
You do.
I did actually have a question. It was just in relation to, similar to the Greenway proposal. I don't object to the what's in the motion as such, but I think we're already doing these things. Like we, based on having what we've done on the local environment plan before, we do publish the studies that inform it, and I'm sure we would be developing a community consultation plan on such an important strategic document and long-term document for our community. So if I can put it through you, Chair, to the staff to just get confirmation as to whether we would actually be doing this.
I'll put that question to the staff, but I'll note that there's a clear intent in the motion referencing demonstrating broad community and stakeholder engagement, which infers that it needs to be stronger, and initiating a briefing, which has not occurred as yet. So I'm not sure how the staff would speak to the substance of the motion, but I'm happy for them to address your question. I'll put that question to the officers.
Through you, if I may, Mr. Mayor, to respond to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it is the required statutory process, and also a requirement by previous motions that there is a broad community consultation plan and stakeholder engagement. I had understood that this notice of motion was a further emphasis upon that and a requirement to put back to the council a detailed briefing and timeline and strategy of the consultation plan for their endorsement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Scott, did you wish to move your procedural motion?
Yes, Mayor Byrne, you had called for councillors against the motion. It did not appear there were any. If the mover of the motion has spoken to the motion and there is no councillor wishing to speak against it, I believe I can move a motion to put the motion. Okay,
I'll put that. All those in favour of the motion being put, please raise your hands. In support, I have councillors D'Arienzo, Smith, Drury, Scott, Howard, Stevens, Sardulius, and myself. All those against? Against, I have councillors Shetty, Stamoulis, De Cruz, Lockie, Griffiths. I believe that's all. It's all I can see. And Atkins, sorry. That has been carried. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor for a right of reply.
I waive my right of reply.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. It appears that that is unanimous. Is that correct? Is anyone wishing to be being against the motion? No.
Mayor, may I move that we go into closed council?
That is carried unanimously. Sorry, Councillor Drury. Councillor Drury is now moving that we go into closed session to deal with the items that have been reported with confidential business. Is there a seconder for that?
Yes.
Seconder
Mr. Mayor,
sorry.
Mr. Mayor, we do have an urgent item that we needed to consider.
My understanding is that that needs to be dealt with at the conclusion of all business, Mr. General Manager. I'm happy to seek clarification from the Manager of Governance if you prefer.
Yeah, please.
A procedural motion to consider an urgent item can be considered at any point in the meeting, but the actual item itself has to be considered last. So once we've considered these items on the agenda.
Okay. You're okay, Peter, if we move into confidential session and then deal with the late report subsequently?
That's okay, just making sure we don't forget. Thank you.
That's okay. I received several text messages from several people about it, so I wouldn't have forgotten. Okay, so we've got a motion from Councillor Drury, seconded by Councillor Lockie, to go into confidential session. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried unanimously. Council officers require 30 seconds respite in order to ensure that the meeting is not being broadcast, and then we'll recommence the meeting once Catherine is able to notify us that that's happened.